Make way for Mr. Speaker.
Introductions by members. Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to wish a very happy birthday to one of my constituents who is watching at home. Elizabeth Mclaughlin is 100 years old today. It's her 100th birthday. I was wondering if the House could please join me in wishing her a very happy birthday.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce to the House today Sylvia Mungay Alene. Sylvia is the founder of Kalia Culture Society, which raises awareness about ethno-racial prejudice, discrimination, and advocates for equity, diversity, and inclusion. She's also the president of the British Columbia Black Awareness Society, which is dedicated to highlighting the historical and ongoing contributions and achievements of Black British Columbians. In partnership with the Royal BC Museum, Sylvia and the Society helped curate the Hope Meets Action exhibition that celebrates the many contributions of persons of African ancestry to BC and Canada. The Hope Meets Action exhibition is on display until March 31st, so I encourage everybody to visit it and have a look at it. She's joined here today by my wonderful and amazing constituency assistant, Nubor Watanafa, and I would ask that everybody welcome them both to the building. Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There's a community member in the gallery today who wanted to join us for the tabling of Bill 1. And the reason for that was he has a particular interest in history. He wrote to the Ministry of Attorney General to raise his concerns about some inaccuracies in the Bill 1 reading speech related to, yes, absolutely, related to how calendars were read and who was in fact in charge of England at the time. So some basic stuff, and very grateful for his corrections, his commitment to historical accuracy, and further to that, I introduced him as a law student at UVic. In fact, he is a student at UVic. Please welcome Lucas Cam, our resident historian, this afternoon.
Madam Clerk. So, okay, sorry. Beacon Hill? No. Fox Creek, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to wish my mother a happy 75th birthday today. In fact, it is today. And I'm so very proud of my mum. She had to leave high school before she had graduated due to family circumstances, but didn't let her slow that down. She started a very successful literary press in Nanaimo, BC, and then later went on to do her master's degree in publishing and became an instructor at Vancouver Island University College. I'm eminently proud of her, and I hope the House will help me celebrate her 75th birthday.
Member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery virtually here today, we've got the U15 AA East Kootenay Avalanche team, who on the weekend just clinched the Omaha division, which is a hockey association for amateur AA hockey members from all over the Okanagan and in the Kootenay region. They just won the banner for the year, the yearly banner. They came first place, so congratulations to Coach Dean Kletzel, assistant coach Johnny Taggart, and trainer Chris Andrews and the whole East Kootenay Avalanche team. Would the House please congratulate them?
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for Kootenay Comox.
Honourable Speaker, it's the last day of Black History Month, a time for pride, acknowledgement and encouragement as we value the role that Blacks have played in our nation. It's also a time to focus on ending discrimination. We need to recognize and celebrate Black heroes who've been leaders and firsts in various fields, but we should also celebrate our everyday Black neighbours, the heroic people who have endured the bruising and brutality of racism every day, everywhere, as they have forged their lives as proud Canadians. Racism has many faces. We witness the hatred and violence. On the more subtle face of racism, our first female MLA, who's Black, Rosemary Brown, referred to Canadian racism as polite, denied, and accepted, and no less hurtful. I'm heartened to know that people and organizations in my community continue to take action wherever and however racism appears. 1 month ago, our School District 71 board adopted its anti-discrimination policy. Trustees showed great leadership in moving this forward, and they acknowledged the valuable input from our Comox Valley Community Justice Centre. SD 71's Diversity Committee's greatest asset has been the voices of lived experiences from across the community. It's not over yet. Implementation and vigilance are always required. Last week, the Welcoming Communities Coalition presented on employment equity, unconscious bias, inclusive workplace cultures, and reframing conversations. Julie Kambajan from the Immigrant Welcome Centre recommends their website for videos of personal settlement stories called There's More to Me. Let's make every tomorrow another day of getting to know and appreciate our fellow Black Canadians and help our whole community grow more equal and just, a place we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition House Leader.
The COVID-19 pandemic has taken many things away from us, and for the last couple of years it has taken away the familiar sea of red that winds its way through the city of Kamloops every April. I'm talking about Boogie the Bridge, a running event that emphasizes the joy of movement and raises significant funds for a different local charity every year. It's quite a sight. Thousands of people decked out in red T-shirts with smiles bigger than you can imagine, thanks to the energy and positivity of the event's founder and organizer, Jo Barry. Jo is a force. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and running into her when you're out and about in Kamloops will immediately make your day brighter. While COVID disrupted both the 2020 and 2021 Boogie events, it didn't keep Jo and her fantastic team of volunteers down. They held the 8 days of Boogie, where people could complete their chosen distance over the course of 8 days. And here's something else. A local woman wrote a book about our city's beloved Boogie to raise additional funds for the Kamloops charities who normally benefit when the full event is up and running. Pun fully intended, Mr. Speaker. Marcy Beauchamp's book, Come On Everyone, Let's Boogie, is available for purchase online, and the group Literacy in Kamloops has purchased a copy for every school in our district to help inspire students. So I encourage Kamloopsians and others to visit boogiethebridge.com to check out the book and, importantly, to register for this year's Boogie, which also happens to be marking its 25th year. We'll see you there. Thank you.
Member for North Coast.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Je me lève aujourd'hui pour parler au sujet d'une association d'importance dans ma communauté, l'Association des francophones et francophiles du Nord-Ouest. AFNO, as it is known locally, is an organization committed to representing francophones and francophiles in Northwestern BC. Their organization was founded in the year 2000 by a group of francophones who moved to Kitimat for work, led by founder and first CEO Odette Tremblay. In 2010, AFNO moved the office to Prince Rupert, where they provide services to francophones and francophiles from Smithers to Haida Gwaii. Northwestern BC is home to about 5,000 francophones, many attracted to the area by the sense of community, abundant natural beauty, mild climate, and industry. These francophones form an integral part of our communities, and organizations like AFNO are there to offer services such as tax clinics, a mobile library, French classes, a French coffee club, and settlement services for newcomers. Another prominent role of the group is supporting and nurturing Franco-Canadian culture by organizing a variety of cultural events. These events, such as the Franco Fun Festival in Kitimat, the Franco Fun Ski Day in Smithers, Saint Jean-Baptiste in Terrace, and the Multicultural Fair in Prince Rupert contribute to vibrant communities, not just among Francophones, but also among other members of our community. I'm looking forward to the Sugar Shack Festival in Prince Rupert next month. Sugar Shacks, or cabane à sucre, are a tradition in Franco-Canadian culture that goes back hundreds of years. These cabins are used to collect sap from maple trees and boil it into maple syrup. Boiled maple syrup can then be placed on fresh snow to create delicious maple toffee. I'd like to express my gratitude to AFNO for not just the contributions they make to the Francophone community, but to our communities at large. Merci.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my home region of the Central Okanagan, we are known as fruit growers, world-class wine, and beautiful scenery. While these are vital to our local identity and worthy of our growing reputation, our region has grown dramatically over the past 2 decades, and we have become a hub for economic development and technological innovation in our own right. Back in 1999, the National Research Council Cluster Economic Study identified key economic drivers and areas of future growth within the Okanagan, including value-added forest products, innovative technology, aerospace, and of course the wine industry. Most of these areas have exploded in prosperity and leading to many new opportunities. The Central Okanagan is now Canada's fastest growing metro area, seeing a 14% population growth between 2016 and 2021, outpacing both provincial and national rates. We've seen a 22% increase in the young professional demographics. Not only are the opportunities and lifestyles attractive, but we also have two incredibly successful post-secondary institutions producing new talent, Okanagan College and UBC Okanagan. These two schools deliver first-rate education to more than 10,000 students each. There are also plans in place for a $2 billion investment in a new private university in the region of Peachland called New Monaco, which will bring further skilled people to the Okanagan to begin their careers. The Central Okanagan is home to the successful aerospace sector, including KF Aerospace, Canada's largest maintenance, repair, and overhaul provider. Additionally, our tech sector, which is comprised of 694 different companies, employing over 12,500 people, it has witnessed 15% year-over-year compound growth since 2013 and contributes $1.67 billion in economic impact. So, Mr. Speaker, while the Central Okanagan has no shortage of beautiful beaches, excellent fruit producers, we have so much more to offer. We are a hub of innovation, an area where companies want to invest in, and most importantly, a place where people want to live and raise their families. Thank you.
Member for Langley East.
Honourable Speaker, it is a privilege to rise today in the House to talk about a museum that's so important to my community. Located in historic Fort Langley, the BC Farm Museum's history started on May 23, 1953, when Bruce Coleman, on behalf of his family, presented his father's high-cut plough to the University of British Columbia. It soon became apparent that UBC was not a suitable site for such a museum, and a site was finally chosen at Fort Langley near the Hudson's Bay Farm, a community with strong agriculture and pioneer roots, known as the birthplace of British Columbia. Fast forward to June the 6th, 1966. After 9 years of hard work of raising capital, Archie Stevenson, president of the British Columbia Federation of Agriculture, turned the first sod for the 8,000 square foot BC Farm Machinery Museum. The BC Farm Museum evolved over the years and has turned into a total pioneer life collection. The Museum Association owns and operates over 20,000 square feet of exhibit space for over 5,000 artifacts of historic and farm machinery and pioneer life. The reference library contains over 5,000 volumes of books, pamphlets, and manuals. Today, the museum is managed and operated successfully by a dedicated and knowledgeable team of volunteers. President Karen Long, Vice President Sandy Hope, Treasurer Henry Shaftsma, Recording Secretary Hilary Raffini, with Directors John Beckers, Jim Kress, Vaughan Erickson, Melanie McInnes, Grace Mueller, Fred Pepin, Sid Pickrell, Mike Prangle, and Jack Stetz. Thank you to the hardworking volunteers who dedicate so much time to this important part of both Langley and British Columbia history, providing hands-on learning opportunities for youth while preserving and telling the story of our agricultural roots. I encourage all to come out to Langley to learn about these important stories of BC's history.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. My riding of West Vancouver, Capilano stretches across the North Shore and includes much of the District of North Vancouver as well as the District of West Vancouver. The whole North Shore has a deep, rich and shared history. My sister, Nancy Kirkpatrick, was the former director of the North Vancouver Museum and Archives for 12 years. She was and is a tireless advocate for the celebration and preservation of North Vancouver's history. In recent years, the museum has undergone a major transformation and is now located in a beautiful new permanent home in the Shipyards District in the city of North Vancouver. So it was with great pleasure and pride that I joined my sister Nancy for the grand opening of Manova Museum of North Vancouver in December, a state-of-the-art 16,000 square foot museum filled with stories of the North Shore's past, present, and future. Manova also offers digital and interactive exhibits, and once a month they open for an hour before their regular schedule to give families and caregivers of children with autism and neurological differences the ability to visit in a calm and relaxed environment. Manova also has extensive Indigenous collection and works closely with local members of an Indigenous Voices Advisory Committee to develop exhibits and stories. Recently, the museum signed memorandums of understanding with the Squamish and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations to strengthen the relationships and frameworks for the work ahead. The restored streetcar 153 sits in the lobby. It originally traveled up and down what is known as the Lonsdale Line, part of a 13-car electric street railway that went across Vancouver's North Shore. So congratulations to people like my sister, Nancy, and the Manova staff, volunteers, and everyone who made the dream of capturing the rich history of the North Shore come to life. I highly recommend a visit to Manova.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Up and down. We've all watched with horror the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and people across the province have attended rallies and actions in solidarity with its people. All British Columbians want to ensure that we are providing no comfort, no aid to Putin and his authoritarian regime. Halting the import and sale of Russian liquor products was a positive step, but we must continue to do whatever we can in British Columbia. This afternoon, the Government Pension Fund confirmed they continue to hold hundreds of millions of dollars of Russian state-owned corporations, and they have no plan to divest. So my question is to the Premier. Does he support this decision?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank very much the member's question. It has been a traumatizing time for all citizens of the world. The events unfolding in Central Europe between the government of Russia and the people of Ukraine are appalling and unacceptable by any measure. And it is one of those rare occasions when all 87 of us stand united in that regard. With respect to steps that we can take, we have already through suggestions from the other side, again, working collaboratively to find a way where we can, with common purpose, send a clear message from British Columbia to Russia, have suspended the sale of Russian products within our government liquor stores. We've also put $1 million in play and encouraging people to make contributions to the Red Cross so that we can assist people in real time. I would also recommend, if those people do have disposable income, that they look at the UN High Commission on Refugees. We are going to have a refugee crisis in Europe, and we need to be part of that here in British Columbia. We welcome people from around the world to Canada and to British Columbia, and I have said very clearly to the Prime Minister and his team, whatever steps we can take to assist with sanctions, whatever steps we can take to assist with resettlement, we are there as a group, all of us together, and all British Columbians speaking with one voice. With respect to the BC investment vehicles, these are not directed by government. These are directed by trustees of pension funds. And those trustees would have heard and seen the horrors that are emerging from Ukraine. And I would hope that they would take their authority and direct the finance administration to take steps to divest. But it is not a call by government, but it is, I suggest, a call that British Columbians would want them to respond to. It's in the hands of those who make those decisions, and I'll leave it up to them to follow the ball and make the right choice.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano, supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Premier. The sale of vodka is largely a symbolic gesture, and we're looking for real action. The Minister does have a say, government does have a say in the overall investment management framework and eligible investments of the pension corporation. The Minister of Finance is the sole shareholder of the pension fund, and British Columbians are looking for transparency from this government. This is what we know. The inventory of holdings a year ago included over 100 million in shares of state-owned bank Smurbank, 84 million in Lukoil, 19 million in Gazprom, 32 million in Rosneft, which is the main supplier of oil for the Russian military. So again, to the Premier, does he support the public administration plan or the public pension plan holding investments in Russian state-owned enterprises?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Again, if the members on that side want a briefing on how BCIMC works, I know that I could get one from the member for Abbotsford West, the member for Prince George Mount Robson, Prince George McBride. Thank you, Mackenzie. Prince George Mackenzie, and perhaps then we could have a more detailed discussion about what role politicians should play in the management of pension funds, not on behalf of us, but on behalf of working people throughout the province. I agree with the member, and her inventory of those funds that BCIMC is invested in would not be choices I would make, certainly not today. But the trustees have the authority and the ability to manage those issues, and I'll leave it up to them to do that.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much. And as we sit here today, a democratic country is being invaded. And I appreciate the offer of a briefing from the Premier, but I do know this, that the Premier and his government have the opportunity to set the mandate, to have a conversation about what the mandate looks like and what is acceptable. We're not suggesting that the Premier or the Minister are involved in specific transactions, but of course this government has a role to play. And I think there's something else all of us can agree on in this House, that no British Columbian wants their pension fund invested in fueling tanks and jets and artillery. That is unacceptable. We understand that there are protocols in place, but we also know that Europe has not seen an invasion of this severity since the Second World War. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Other countries realize this. Norway's sovereign fund is divesting from Russia. Last week, Quebec's pension fund, Caisse de dépôt, sold their Russian-linked asset securities, saying, and I quote, "As from today and for the future, we decided to sell," end quote. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board says it has no holdings. So will the Premier at least take the steps necessary to make sure the mandate is clear? That is clearly within his purview, and it is time that he took that step.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And you'll get no quarrel from me, member. The events that are unfolding in Europe right now are unprecedented in our lifetimes, and it needs to be stopped. And a clear and united message from all Canadians has to go forward. The whole point of sanctions is not to divide us. It's to make with one voice a call to the international community to stand up to a brutal dictator. The federal government is primarily responsible for that, and I know all members will want to support the current government in every initiative that they put forward. With respect to how BCIMC manages its funds for its pensioners, I think reviewing the discussion today will be clear direction that this is not something that any of us believe, based on the clapping and based on the questions coming from the opposition and the responses, quite frankly, from my colleagues when we discussed this. This is something we would want them to act upon, but we would not want to interfere in a fund that is designed to protect trustees and pensioners. They have people elected to those positions that can make those calls, and I'm hopeful that they do.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you very much, but the Premier, once again, misses the point. The Minister of Finance sets the mandate. The Minister of Finance actually sets the overall management framework and lays out eligible investments. And I don't think I need to repeat the fact that British Columbians do not want their pension funds fueling jets, tanks, and artillery. The Minister of Finance is the sole shareholder. She also appoints the chair, 2 of the directors who make up the board of directors, and she sets the mandate. Last week's budget devoted a significant number of pages to championing the values in ESG, environmental, social, and governance standards for investing. It is very hard to reconcile that while holding any investments in state-owned enterprises linked to Vladimir Putin. In light of the invasion of Ukraine, how does continuing to hold these investments fit with the social and governance standards that were touted by this Minister of Finance just last week?
Premier.
Well, again, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the enthusiasm with which the member puts the question, but it doesn't change the reality that we're living in, that those choices are made by people who are not in this House today. Have we made it clear? Certainly the Leader of the Opposition has made it clear by the force of her questioning, and I would hope that my response was equally forceful, that I would not make those investments were it my choice to make. There are trustees that are elected to protect the interests of pensioners. They make these choices. They would be aware of the debate. They would be aware of the international circumstances with which we are living right now, and I'm hopeful that they will make the right choice. Wishing it were so, like the member for Kamloops wants to do, is all well and good, but I don't believe it's our role to get and intervene in the return for pensioners across this province. Do I agree with the member's question? Absolutely, 100%.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if what we're doing in question period here today is indicating to the trustees that this House is unanimous behind the call from the official opposition, then count the BC Green Caucus as making this House unanimous. This government shows their priorities, Mr. Speaker, in how they spend the money. In this budget, I'm looking to how this government is meaningfully advancing reconciliation. In Budget 2022, we finally see this government reorganizing how ministries interact through the Declaration Act Secretariat. However, the $4 million per year to create the Secretariat appears to be just enough money to administer and to pay the salaries of the staff that are in that Secretariat. So where is the priority in this budget for action on reconciliation? Last summer, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation published a 79-point action plan required in Section 4 of the Declaration Act. This action plan encompasses the work of every single one of the Minister's colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation is responsible for his colleagues in Cabinet to deliver on our commitments that we made to Indigenous people over 2 years ago. Yet there doesn't appear to be any money in the budgets of the ministries for the actions laid out in the plan. So through you to the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, where's the money in this government's plan to finance progress on the DRIPA action plan?
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for the question. We're very proud of the work that the Secretariat will do in implementing DRIPA, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. We've appointed as Associate Deputy Minister Siksikyaks Jessica Wood to serve in that historic role, to lead the government's response to the alignment of our laws, both existing and new, with the Declaration commitments that are part of that act. We believe that the money to do that, Mr. Speaker, will be found in the mandate plans for each and every ministry and their actions going forward. The action plan to which the honourable member referred will be before this House within the next few weeks. We're very proud of the concrete actions of that action plan that will make tangible difference to the lives of Indigenous peoples across this province.
Member for Saanich North and Islands, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. And I think that it's important to acknowledge that I also have an incredible amount of confidence in Jessica Wood in navigating the creation of the Declaration Act. Indigenous leaders like the Union of BC Indian Chiefs President, Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, have been critical of the provincial government's all talk and little action approach. Specifically, they've been calling for conservation financing, which would protect endangered species and build economic opportunities to logging endangered old-growth forests, Mr. Speaker. In Budget 2022, there does not appear to be any money set aside for conservation financing, even though last summer the federal government put more than $160 million on the table for Indigenous protected and conserved areas. This provincial government has asked First Nations to pause the logging of old-growth forests, but hasn't given them any funding to compensate their potential losses. Budget 2022 was an opportunity, a missed opportunity to fix that mistake. The first item in the new Minister of Lands, Water and Resource Stewardship's mandate letter is to, quote, develop a path forward with First Nations to build a co-managed land and resource management regime that will ensure natural resources are managed effectively into the future, end quote. My question, Mr. Speaker, is through you to the new Minister of Lands, Water and Resource Stewardship. Will she act on the first item in her mandate and secure the desperately needed funds for conservation as was requested by Indigenous leaders in British Columbia?
Minister of Land, Water, then.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. First of all, let me say I am incredibly proud to be asked to lead this new ministry, one that I will be working with my colleagues, with industry, with First Nations, with communities to help transform the way we work with First Nations to seek environmental stewardship and conservation, economic sustainability, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, true reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We all want our natural resources sector to support reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We know we seek the balance of environmental sustainability and economic benefits. Mr. Speaker, our government has been working towards these goals, but we know there have been huge changes in the way natural resource ministries have been set up, the way the sector has played out, and we have an incredible amount of work to do. I am very proud to be leading this ministry, very much looking forward to the work ahead, look forward to more conversations with the member opposite in the days, weeks, months, and years to come. Thank you.
Member for Skeena.
Mr. Speaker, if the BC government wants to get serious about the grave situation facing Europe and the world, there are options at its disposal. Today, two major energy companies, BP and Shell, have made the enormous decision to cancel their energy investments in Russia. $3 billion just for one company alone. Countries around the world are already taking active steps to address this threat. And they are doing that by accelerating LNG development and production. My question is to the Premier. Considering the extraordinary circumstances and the obvious need of Canadian allies, will this BC government accelerate LNG development to supply secure and ethical energy for the world?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the official opposition for focusing on these extraordinary events that are shaping not just today, but our future going forward. And there will be upheaval in many, many sectors, as the member outlined. Certainly, energy security is now very much at risk in various parts of Europe, and indeed will have knock-on effects here in British Columbia in terms of the costs of supplies to meet our needs, not so much on the natural gas side, because we have that in abundance, but on refined products and so on, which again has been a topic of discussion in this House in previous weeks. So what I can say to the member is that British Columbia does have a storehouse of natural resources that have been, by and large, there to benefit British Columbians for many, many, many years. And it is our intention, based on the plans that we've put forward, to make sure that continues now and into the future, ensuring that we do so under the framework of a climate action plan that is world leading, or certainly North America leading, and I believe we need to do all of those things at the same time. Issues like Article 6, which was part and parcel of the Paris Accords, is critically important to getting other jurisdictions off more noxious forms of energy like coal and more carbon-intensive natural gas. British Columbia can play a valuable role there, but the international community working in concert needs to come to a place where we can do that. And I'm hopeful that the premise of the member's question was just that perhaps the international community in the current crisis will understand that we have more than just the obvious crisis of a rogue dictator trampling on the rights of citizens of Ukraine, but also the consequences of climate change and a host of other initiatives that all of us collectively have to work on.
Member for Skinner supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, the crux of the question was whether or not this government will actually accelerate the development of LNG projects here in BC. Because Russia's greatest lever is the threat of cutting off energy supplies to Europe, specifically LNG. And Russia isn't going anywhere soon. The global liquefied natural gas industry is already close producing its limits. They can't produce anymore. But here in BC, we have a huge source of clean, safe, ethical LNG. Clean LNG. Even the United States declares that our LNG is clean. Right now, on the books, for the last number of years, 5 years, Niska LNG, wood fiber LNG, Heisla's Cedar LNG, Chevron's KLNG, which was recently bought by Enbridge, Skeena LNG, Totem LNG, Port Edward LNG are all projects waiting for permits. 7 LNG projects in BC that are waiting for permits here in BC, all at a time when countries are crying out for a secure source of clean and ethical LNG. My question to the Premier, what is this BC government doing to make sure BC is part of the solution in terms of energy needs for the world?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. One of the first things we did was put in place a framework for the largest private sector investment in Canadian history. I thought that would have been apparent to the member whose constituency is benefiting from that. There's a range of other initiatives, Honourable Speaker, that we're working on with our international partners and the federal government to make sure that Canada and British Columbia have a key role to play in the economic and energy future, not just here in North America, not just in Asia, but indeed in Europe as well. Events in Russia have materially changed decisions for the people of Germany, for example, who are now holding off on decommissioning their nuclear capacity. And there's a range of other initiatives that governments and peoples are going to have to make as a result of the appalling behavior of Vladimir Putin. But I think, and I hope that the member's not leaning too hard in this direction, we started this question period together, 87 people. We need to continue to focus on the problem, and the problem is Vladimir Putin.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to the Premier, and I'm sure that he would agree with this statement, the world has changed. It has changed dramatically in just the last few weeks. And so the world is looking at British Columbia and wants to know if British Columbia is going to fast-track the supply of safe, secure, and ethical natural gas to meet the needs of Germany and our other European allies. Against the backdrop of the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine, the German Chancellor made 2 very bold, significant moves in recent days. Germany halted the Nord Stream 2, a natural gas pipeline that directly links Russia and Germany, and Germany has accelerated work to build 2 of the world's largest LNG import terminals. Now, phase 1 of LNG Canada has a capacity of 2.1 billion cubic feet per day. Phase 2 would double that capacity to 4 liquefaction trains. Mr. Speaker, our allies in Europe are urgently looking for this safe and secure energy supply, and we have those natural gas reserves here in British Columbia. So the simple question to the Premier is, will he and his government set about to immediately fast-track further capacity at LNG Canada?
Premier.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. A final investment decision by the joint venture at LNG Canada has not been made. If the members are suggesting that we intervene and take an equity share, they should say so. There's nothing simple about what the member's suggesting, and he knows that. The challenges in the international community are stark, and they will be changing by the minute and by the day. So a declarative statement by the government of British Columbia on what our future energy plans are will not be helpful until we have a better understanding, first of all, where the private sector capital will be, and if it is going to be flooding in, I look forward to that. I certainly was excited about some of the opportunities that were presented when we came into government. But over the past 5 years, we've discovered, as I'm sure most people of the world have, that markets are unstable. The former administration in the United States, I think, relished destabilizing events. I see that there are, I know that the people on the other side like to quote legislators in the United States. Apparently, a couple of them think that Canada needs to have a talking to as well, based on how we're trying to conduct our affairs here. So the world's a complex place. Is it going to get more complex? Yes, it is. But what we need to do together is to hold fast with the common values that Canadians have always brought to these situations. We band together, brothers and sisters in arms, to take on the real enemy, which is Vladimir Putin.
Opposition House Leader, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, we are doing and trying to reflect what so many British Columbians are saying, and that is they want their government to do everything it possibly can to send the strongest message possible to Vladimir Putin and the Russian authoritarian regime that their actions in Ukraine are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated. And so today in question period, we've actually suggested two practical items. One involving the BC Investment Management Corporation, of which the government has, the government sets the investment criteria and the overall management framework. Perhaps it would be a more productive and immediate action for the government to actually update that investment management criteria and framework. And secondly, we're saying against the backdrop of significant reserves, natural gas reserves here in British Columbia, is the government prepared to step up and work with the private sector, work with these 7+ LNG projects to fast track them, to bring this secure, ethical supply of natural gas from British Columbia online. Mr. Speaker, what immediate steps is this government taking to get these LNG projects built so that Germany and our other European allies can access that safe, reliable supply of natural gas?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, LNG Canada, thanks for that. LNG Canada Phase 1 began in 2018. It's 2022 and it's not done. That's 4 years. The horizon for other investments of that kind would be of a similar duration, if not longer. And again, in many instances, permits are not yet in place when I think of the inventory that the member for Skeena brought forward. I'm hopeful that the members on the other side want us to continue to certainly ensure that we're protecting the public interest by regulating this resource to the best of our ability in the interest of all British Columbians. We also recognize and understand, and I thank the member for bringing us back to a place where useful suggestions are being put forward by the members on the other side, and we will certainly look at them. We have already looked at the BCIMC question and come to the conclusion that as it stands right now, the trustees and the chief investment officers are the ones that make the decisions on when to invest or divest, and that's as it should be, to protect the literally thousands and thousands and thousands of pensioners who depend on that income and that revenue stream. But does that not give us the opportunity as legislators to stand with one voice and say we should divest? We've done that today, I think, pretty categorically, and I'm hopeful that the trustees and the management group will understand and reflect on our comments today. We also have a host of other initiatives that we're working on the federal government with, and over the course of the next number of days, I hope those will become available for all of us to fully understand. But what we've said quite clearly to Ottawa, our national government responsible for international relations, is that British Columbians, to a person, stand ready to do what we can to assist the people of Ukraine and push back Vladimir Putin. And I know that that's the sentiment and intent of the members on the other side. I don't want to make this about why are you not doing something. I know that's not the intent that's coming, but we need to watch that fine line, because oftentimes the theatrics of this place sometimes put a curtain across the real intentions of all of us, which is to stand united against a foe that we've never seen in our lifetime.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's not a day that the opposition or I think anyone in this House wants to see characterized by bickering and negativity. And I probably am not the only member of this chamber who is still staggered by the fact that we are using terms like allies and war and invasion in circumstances that I don't think any of us thought we would be confronted by. And you know, British Columbians don't want their pension funds helping to finance Russia's invasion, and they are counting on the government to ensure that that doesn't happen. And to the Premier's point, if the government and the Premier and the Minister require the granting of specific powers to ensure that that doesn't happen, I think this House is of a mind to grant them those powers quickly, Mr. Speaker. You've heard people appreciate and support the symbolism of the decision to take Russian products off the shelf of our liquor stores. But the message we need to send to Vladimir Putin is not going to be delivered in an empty vodka bottle. It is going to be delivered by ships taking an alternative LNG energy supply to the countries in Europe that Mr. Putin is trying to hold hostage and trying to bully to look the other way while he conquers Ukraine. Other countries are stepping up. US, Australia, they are all increasing their LNG production. And every freedom-loving jurisdiction on the planet, no matter how big, no matter how small, can contribute to the defeat of Mr. Putin's aggression. And we all know that this province is blessed with an abundant supply and the means to contribute in a significant way to permanently removing that energy club that Mr. Putin is waving in the face of European democracies. And what we are asking, what we are signaling our support for, is for the government to act boldly, to act decisively, to act immediately, to increase BC's LNG production capacity and demonstrate to the Ukraine, demonstrate to our allies, and demonstrate to the world that British Columbians and Canadians will do more than just talk. We will take active steps and remove the single biggest lever of intimidation that Vladimir Putin possesses, Mr. Speaker. And I hope the government will take that advice seriously.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for Abbotsford West for his thoughtful intervention. And he and I have had discussions over now far too many years around issues like this, and we find ourselves increasingly of one mind. I think that might be frightening for him and his family. It certainly would be for mine, but nonetheless, it's the truth. In situations like this, all of our character is tested. All of our resolve needs to be on the line. And what so moved me over the weekend is tens of thousands of British Columbians coming out of their homes in communities right across the province, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast, speaking with one voice in a time of fractured politics and a time when we've never been so disunited in many, many ways. Just weeks ago, all of us were shaking our heads, concerned and questioning what had happened to the decency of Canadians, that we were at each other. And now we have a common purpose, which is to stand together, regardless of our political perspective, regardless of where we come from, regardless of how we were brought up, and speak united with one voice against Vladimir Putin and his illegal attempted occupation of a sovereign state of Ukraine. That's where we're all at. And again, I want to thank the members for their questions today. We will certainly be following up with BCIMC. It's absolutely clear the intention of the people in this House and those that we represent. But I want to caution that I don't believe it's something that we should arbitrarily say as a response to a question period that we're going to throw out the arm's length relationship that currently exists. That's not to say we can't continue to use our influence on this side and on that side to make the message abundantly clear. When it comes to supplying energy, again, if we could do it tomorrow, that would be one thing, but we can't. The best efforts of British Columbians would not achieve what you're asking for in 3, 4, or 5 years. So instead, I think the better role for British Columbians to play is to say to the international community, we are all in this together. We have abundant opportunities to bring alternative energy online, to address climate change, and create economic and energy sovereignty for not just the people of Europe, but the people of Asia, the people of Canada, the people of North America. That's what we have at our disposal right now. Working together, responding to an international crisis, creates another opportunity to address the big international crisis that led to heat domes, people dying in hundreds from weather that we had never experienced before. We need to do all of those things at the same time, and I believe that there's enough confidence in the people in this House, all of us from our different places with our different backgrounds, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can stand up to a dictator, we can stand up to climate change, we can stand up to an illicit drug supply, and we can have reconciliation as well if we focus on doing it together. And the intent of the questions today from the opposition did just that, and I thank you all very much for doing it in the way that you did.
The bell ends the question period. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued debate on the budget.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's truly a privilege to rise in this place to represent the extraordinary people of Kelowna Mission. And as I watched the Finance Minister deliver her budget speech, I reflected just on the amount of work that it takes to prepare that budget document. And I want to acknowledge first and foremost the staff that worked tirelessly to assemble our provincial budget, and I thank them for their efforts on behalf of BC. I knew not to expect a true budget, one that was detailed and attached to financial statements and predictions, and one that could be read in a comprehensive and thoughtful way, one that you would expect from any company in the private sector. It's really more of a communications exercise, really. And this communications exercise, known as Budget 2022, completely missed the conversation that British Columbians are having. The conversations that happen outside of these walls and are far more important sometimes than the ones happening inside. Ones like the cost of living and inflation, COVID, and what happens next, and fear. You see, people can't afford groceries right now. People can't afford to fill their gas tanks. People can't afford clothing for their kids. And even as I stand here today, it's a difficult time in history to even deliver a speech like this. Because while we might sit here in the comfort of this house and its walls, there's a war going on outside. This budget communicated absolutely nothing towards the conversations that are happening outside. This budget was not about making life more affordable for British Columbians. If anything, it actually promised that life is about to get more expensive. And let's hope this is yet another promise broken by the NDP government, but I fear that it won't be in this tax and spend budget. You see, British Columbians were told it will get more expensive with the addition of 3 new taxes. A brand new tax on online marketplaces, increasing taxes on used car sales, increased taxes on the purchase of home heating systems that use fossil fuels like natural gas furnaces. And when questioned about the announced used car tax, the minister shrugged it off and, quote, as I quote, closing a loophole, end quote. Well, the minister can call it closing a loophole, but if all you can afford is a used car, this tax prevents you from getting a good deal. Ding, ding. This tax is going to cost British Columbians $30 million annually and affect the lower socioeconomic groups in greater measure. Those are the NDP's words, not mine. Or what if you're unable to afford the conversion to electric heat? Now you're going to have to pay more for natural gas? And this is huge. Home heating systems that use fossil fuels, natural gas, for example, will have their sales tax increased from 7% to 12%. Ding, ding, ring up another $9 million annually from the taxpayer. Or what if you can only buy used products because you can't afford new? And what if your online marketplace is literally your lifeline? But now you're going to be taxed on goods that were already taxed? Ding, ding, another $100 million annually out of the pocket of the taxpayer. And it's very important to remember at this point, there is only one taxpayer. There aren't any new budget items that make life more affordable for the taxpayer, just the opposite. But surely this NDP government is going to address the cost of housing. They promised. Twice. Nope. Not in this budget. There's nothing to help people desperate to buy a home as prices skyrocket, except for the NDP praying for high interest rates and a get this, slowdown in housing starts. Think about that for a moment. A slowdown in housing starts. What? We have a massive supply issue that the minister finally acknowledged, and we want housing starts to slow down? How are we going to house the 40,000 new immigrants that are coming? It's exactly the opposite of what we need. So the NDP's housing plan is based on what? Hope? Prayer? In the central Okanagan, the average price of a single-family home is now over $1 million. Last year, $829,400. And in 2019, it was $667,700. This NDP government would love to blame that on the BC Liberals and our time in government, which I like to call squirrel. But it's not. I like to remind us all that in 2001, our economy was in the tank. Housing prices hadn't risen in many, many, many years, not because BC wasn't a desirable place to live, but because you couldn't find a job. Because no one wanted to buy a home, because nobody wanted to live in BC. In fact, Alberta was the #1 place for net immigration. So it took us 5 or 6 years to actually get an economy back up and running. But once we did, yes, housing prices have taken off. And this NDP government promised to fix them in 2017 and promised again to fix them in 2020. So I would ask, is this what the NDP considers success? When I started my election campaign in September of 2020, I got together a young group of individuals from our local college and university. I asked them, what do you want from your elected officials? What do you want from government? One said, I will vote for whoever lowers my rent. And I said, really? That's where you're going to stop, is lowering rent? What about housing? And what about overall housing and opportunities in housing? This group of 20-something-year-olds said it's no longer a dream. They no longer believe. They are simply hopeless when it comes to housing. Now, at that time, average house prices weren't $1.1 million as they are today. So is this what the NDP considers success? Hopeless generations of university students. No, the NDP consider it revenue. Richard Zussman quotes, and I quote, high revenues are driven in part by the double-edged sword of housing. Buying a home has beyond increasing unaffordable, while the increase in property transfer tax continues to support the province's bottom line, end quote. The NDP are profiting from the housing market. Last year, the NDP collected more than $3 billion in revenue from home sales through the property transfer tax. And where's the NDP's promise of 114,000 new homes after 5 years? Well, it's about 5,000 actually open and occupied. And at this rate, it will take the NDP over 100 years to open up all of those affordable units. Renters are still waiting for the $400 rebate that was promised in 2017 to help cope with soaring rental rates. But this promise was also made in 2020, so that's a promise made twice, a promise broken twice. Then there's just British Columbians that want to go to work, that want to build and grow and afford a life and get ahead and make ends meet. And we know that in order to be serious about rebuilding the economy post-COVID, we must get both parents into the workforce. Because without both of them working, they're not going to make it. Without an affordable and accessible childcare plan, it's not possible. Door knocking a year ago, the number of parents that I talked to, some tears streaming down their face, begging for childcare spaces, begging for a space. They're desperate to find childcare and get back into the labor force. These are highly trained, qualified professionals who are opting out and staying home because they can't find a daycare space. Why don't we have childcare to help them? Has this government kept its promise from back in 2017 for $10 a day daycare? Nope. $10 a day daycare is not here when people need it the most. In fact, children born when the NDP formed government will likely age out of childcare before they're eligible for any supports. But the story also just keeps changing. Now it's not $10 a day, it's $20 a day average childcare funding. And it doesn't take a math wizard to figure out that an additional 5,000 spaces on top of 6,300 net new spaces that we've opened doesn't even touch the 25,000 spaces that are needed today, or the 40,000 children that are born every single year in BC. We are so far behind, and we're not going to catch up at this pace. But that's if they could actually open 5,000 new spaces. And mark my words, this government isn't even going to come close. So how are we going to take care of our kids? Well, how important is education to this NDP government? Schools? Not in this budget. This budget doesn't have anything more than a proportional increase relative to the increase in the number of kids. What? That doesn't make any sense. We're already overcrowded. Stephanie Higginson, BC STA president, and I quote, "We've called on the province to fund the cost of portable classrooms for some time, and we are disappointed to see this request ignored. We've also asked for assistance with the cost of maintaining aging buildings and are concerned that this cost pressure remains for boards of education. Without a recognition of the cost pressures faced by school districts, we will have to make difficult decisions at the board table instead of investing in the innovative educational programs students deserve." End quote. In my riding, we are at the breaking point of overcapacity. Schools are bursting at the seams with portables at brand new schools. And when we've introduced cutting-edge, thoughtful, amazing, unsiloed approaches that could actually enhance schools, enhance affordability in my community, we're met with, "Oh no, that's not how we do it." Does this budget address that? Does this budget address actually dealing with the overcapacity? Nope, not at all. This budget isn't even engaged in the conversation. When it comes to what's happening outside these walls, when it comes to inflation, when it comes to the cost of living, and it doesn't matter if it's childcare, if it's housing, or if it's education, this budget completely ignores. But it even goes so far to exacerbate it. Terry Mooring noted a number of concerning omissions from the budget. It disproportionately affects disabled students and learners with diverse needs. No meaningful changes to address the systemic underfunding of inclusive ed to support equitable access and outcomes for students with disability and diverse needs. And I can't ignore the voices that are on our lawn from parents with autistic children demanding, asking, begging, pleading, sobbing, asking government just to keep the system that is in place. Sure, expand it. Sure, get rid of the knotholes in terms of the actual diagnosis, but please do not take away their funding. What does this budget do? It's actually going to spend $114 million just to make the transition happen. That's not on funding for kids. That's not on their special needs. So what is this government spending on? Well, they're forecasting a $5.5 billion deficit in 2022, of which $3 billion is in contingencies. And this is despite Budget 2021 promising a, quote, specific timeline, approach, and plan, end quote, to balance the budget. There's no path to a balanced budget. Oh wait, this is just another broken promise. So what replaces the promise? taxpayer-supported debt. Well, that's expected to grow by $29.1 billion over the fiscal plan, nearly $6,000 per British Columbian. That's a $6,000 credit card bill per person, one that they didn't ask for and didn't choose. So if this budget is talking about lowering the cost of living, it must be laying out the roadmap for economic recovery, right? Spoiler alert, it isn't. Rather than show British Columbians how we're going to get back to normal and see our economy grow, this budget is mute and not involved in the conversations happening outside of the walls. We have an economic plan that was finally released after 5 years in government and is nothing more than recycled promises and a plan to plan. Well, let me tell you, that doesn't work. And rather than try to stimulate the private sector economy and restore dreams for our next generation, this budget is all about government bloat and overhead. Fiona Familuk, who is the CEO of the BC Chamber of Commerce, she says, and I quote, "We are disappointed that the government did not take steps to address the high operating costs associated with doing business in British Columbia, some of which are the result of government policies." End quote. This budget was an opportunity for government to help businesses navigate through and beyond a very difficult 2 years. The opportunity was missed. We've got $7.2 billion, though, in general operating contingencies that's been included over the fiscal plan for public sector bargaining and caseload growth. However, no negotiating mandate's been published. The Stronger BC Economic Plan, well, that's only got $11 million in direct funding last year. That's less than the Premier's office. And there's no relief for key competitiveness issues facing businesses. There's no employer health tax relief, despite other provinces taking action to reduce theirs. There's no action on split assessments. There's no relief for energy-intensive, trade-exposed industries, which provide good jobs and stable revenue for the province. Oh yeah, and bring wealth. Wealth that helps to fuel things that we love, like healthcare and our environment, our social infrastructure. And this government brags about how great our recovery has been, how many jobs are back, and how strong we are. But I would beg to differ. If our economy wasn't built on the back of the taxpayer through government bloat, well, we'd have revenues to match. We'd have revenues that are going up, not going down in our industries and in our revenue generators, and not through additional taxes, but through corporate personal taxes. We'd have a surplus if we were the strongest, like other provinces. But instead, this government is predicting more public sector jobs rather than stimulating the private sector and creating real jobs. Ding, ding, another $12 million bill. Oh, I am mistaken. $12 billion bill for our poor taxpayer. So there are now over 500,000 taxpayer-funded public sector jobs, up 116,000 people, 30% increase. Private sector hasn't recovered yet. How about more trades to help lower the cost of construction and help with housing affordability? Nope, that's not part of this government's conversation. They aren't talking about it. In fact, that's where they're cutting from. Because despite there being a 1 million job shortage over the next decade, the ITA budget for training investments is actually decreasing by $8 million over the course of its fiscal plan. So what else are people outside of these walls talking about? Fear. And what getting back to normal looks like. We're desperate for more capacity in our hospitals and are concerned that it's not enough. And that was certainly made evident in the last 2 years of the pandemic. But the last year, we've seen no investment in more ICU beds. Our ICU beds almost shut down our entire society. Last year, the budget had $250 million extra dollars for surgical renewal, and we did 12,648 less surgeries than the year before. This year, We're going to put $300 million into surgeries. How many less will we do this year? Have the frontline workers been asked about what they need, about how they would solve the problems? How about getting more family physicians? 800,000 unattached patients in BC and nothing in this plan to get more. Each and every single week, my office and I are contacted by people desperate to find a family physician. We have a lot of future promises that aren't even going to address the needs of today. Richmond Hospital's been delayed from 2029 to 2031 despite promising shovels in the ground from the NDP in 2021. Surrey Hospital has had only $2 million spent on planning and is estimated to be open at the same time as St. Paul's, which is 2027. But don't worry about it, because Surrey Hospital, the second hospital, only has 168 beds and there's no additional ICU capacity. Well, and despite promises of a Kamloops Cancer Centre, it's now just in preliminary planning, according to the budget, with no funding or timelines to be seen. But that's just one small part of the cancer needs of our province. You see, we've been promised a 10-year cancer plan for the last 3 years, but we don't have one yet. And I can tell you that in Kelowna, our cancer centre was built in the early 90s and is in desperate need of just a simple renovation. Yes, we also need more people, more equipment, and more capacity. And you know why? Because the conversation outside of these walls is about the fact that 1 out of every 2 people is going to have cancer in their lifetime. Are we ready? No, not even close. Is this what causes us fear? For sure. People are not getting taken care of. They're not getting their surgeries. They're in a holding pattern waiting. I have constituents that have been delayed surgical times 4 times after having a date. When I reached out to one of them last night, she responded back to me, I am in a constant holding pattern, waiting for the cancer to get me. Does anxiety grow in the absence of communication? Absolutely. You know what else grows? Especially after social upheaval, isolation, division, and uncertainty? A mental health tsunami. And yes, it manifests as we lose British Columbians every month to opioid addictions. But it's also about the mental health illnesses in our youth, eating disorders, depression, anxiety. And the only increase to mental health and addictions budget is for communications and advertising? Same amount of money that could be actually used for 200 treatment beds? Treatment's where the real conversation is happening. Out there, outside of these walls, the UBCM, the Urban Mayor's Caucus, well, they're screaming for treatment beds. And this NDP government had better deliver more than a communications plan. They need to get into the conversation about complex treatment facilities and mental health supports. My riding is one. We're desperate. And we have not seen one funded. And if we choose not to act, the stakes are too high. We're going to continue to lose our sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, dear friends, and co-workers. And not just today, because the mental health tsunami in our youth is our overdoses of tomorrow. Well, I've heard a lot of fancy speeches in the last little while about the environment and our environmental plan and how much money this NDP government's spending on it. It's not the conversation that happens outside these walls. Outside these walls, we talk about the cost of living, the fear and disaster and calamity. We talk about 500 lives lost. We talk about wanting to get through COVID. And this budget isn't talking about our environment. The big number the government likes to tout is the $1 billion in new funding and to continue existing Clean BC measures and implement new initiatives identified in the roadmap. But a lot of it is just about moving money, like axing Carrot and now adding $76 million over 3 years to establish a new local government climate action program. At this time, there's no timeline provided as to when this is coming. When is it going to be up and running? The funding for this program falls under the communities and land-based bucket. So what about urgency, priority? If you're spending money, right, that makes it a priority? Well, the performance measures under Clean BC are not about urgency. For the current year, the target for emissions is 7% below 2007 levels and then 10% the next year. This NDP government promised and bragged about being at 40% below by 2030. But it's unclear how this will accelerate to that point over the next 8 years when we're just at 7% this year. Additionally, in the discussion part of the implementation of Clean BC roadmap, it's itemized that 2030 policies have not begun, but planning and consultation. What? This NDP government was a year late in getting the roadmap out, and they still have yet to implement anything. But we did add a tax to those that are already not able to afford anything more, while giving breaks to those that can afford expensive electric vehicles. And there is money to help with the rebuilding of communities, but Professor Jean Slick from Royal Roads University says that BC Climate Change Initiative needs to look further than recovery. And I quote, "What we really want to see going forward is that we take action to stop creating disaster risks," end quote. But there isn't money for that. Speaking of urgency, the money that is in this budget for BC Wildfire Services came out of a report in 2018, finalized in 2019, planned for in 2021, and now funded in 2022. One can assume that this was actually because of the fires in 2017-2018, but was not ready in time to help us through the fires of 2021. So now we've spent another $649 million in 2018 and $881 million last year of unbudgeted amounts to fight these fires, never mind the pollution that these created and the money to recover from them. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't spend this money to help those communities who are devastated by these fires, but I would argue that if this NDP government has done its job, we wouldn't be spending so much on recovery. And we could spend more on climate change planning and resiliency. No urgency or priority or action from this government. Lip service. In Kelowna, we want to get back to normal. But people are full of fear and angst. Not about what wearing a mask looks like or not having vaccine passports anymore, but about what our economy is going to become, and if we have any reserves if there is a World War III. My constituents care about the economy, about driving an actual plan for recovery. My constituents care about mental health and getting treatment facilities and complex care facilities for those that need it. My constituents care about health, getting critical surgeries, cancer treatments done, having a family physician, while planning for the future. My constituents care about having affordable and accessible childcare. My constituents care about the environment and not choking from smoke. My constituents care about being together and removing division. My constituents care about the cost of living and inflation and having a responsible government. My constituents care about hope. And we don't have any margin right now. The margin's all been spent. The surplus that was left for this government's long gone. And this NDP government isn't planning to have any in the future. So rather than join the conversation about the cost of living, economic recovery, mental health, environment, healthcare, or childcare, the conversations that are happening outside of these walls, what do we have? Pretty speech that is as deep as the page it was written on by the communications department. This budget proves that this government doesn't want to engage in the real conversation of life happening outside these walls. And worse, this NDP government isn't listening to the conversations that are taking place outside these walls, even the ones that are on our front steps. It's time to listen. It's time to take action. It's time. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the time today to represent the riding of Kelowna Mission and all the amazing people within it.
Recognizing the Minister of Education.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Nice to see you in the chair there. It is such an honor today to stand before you today in strong support of our government's Budget 2022 as the MLA for New Westminster, as BC's Minister for Education, and soon to be the Minister of Education and Childcare. There is a lot to celebrate in this budget, and in our government's plan to build a stronger British Columbia for everyone. We are supporting people now while building the strong foundation for a strong recovery. And this includes record investments for children and youth in our education system. And I'd say, indeed, this budget is about helping people now, about setting our province up for a strong economic outlook as we come out of the pandemic. And I want to start just for a moment by talking about how I see these choices play out, because indeed budgets are about making choices, and we will always choose people and their communities. And I see how that rolls out in our in my own community of New Westminster, which has, as many communities across the province, come together to support each other. Through the pandemic. New Westminster is a beautiful, resilient community. And I wanted to talk about how our government has been there to support people and communities and businesses in my local community, and how inspiring it's been to see how everyone has come together. So whether it's been through COVID support for small and medium-sized businesses, and I want to say that in more than 100 businesses in British Columbia, in New Westminster, were able to benefit from that program. And I want to thank the Downtown Business Improvement Association, the Uptown Business Improvement Association, the folks at the River Market, and the Chamber of Commerce for their support of businesses in New Westminster during this extremely challenging time. And I've seen as well how our community has come together and how our government has supported not-for-profit organizations, community-based organizations, whether in the arts or organizations that deliver services provide services to people. Those organizations have also appreciated the support and the relationship that we've had over the course of the pandemic. And I think about organizations like New West Family Place and their team led by Dana Osiawi, who is so passionate about the work that they do, providing services for children and families. They will tell you, Dana will tell you, that it's all about the early years. They are so passionate about providing the opportunity for kids and families to come together, whether it's outdoor play sessions, whether it's the beautiful new space they're using in the Massey Theatre for drop-in for kids and parents, whether it's all of the support, the parenting support that they provide for parents and children. They really know that it is really all about the early years. And what Dana said is that, the early years is so much more than childcare. It is about having a government that has entrenched the importance of the early years and the incredible early childhood educators who are doing this work and really supporting the development of those services and the workforce that's providing those services. And I can tell you that my great niece and goddaughter Abby has who's just 14 months, has started to go to the drop-in center and absolutely loves the opportunity to engage with the other children. And I know that the parents, that these programs made a huge difference for parents during the pandemic. I also, wanted to, at the other end of the age continuum, just talk about some of the other important services provided by groups like the Senior Services Society. Now, they have been providing, as we know, seniors were particularly impacted by the pandemic, and organizations providing services to seniors had a really difficult time pivoting and continuing with the important work of providing connection, fighting isolation of seniors throughout the pandemic. But Senior Services Society has continued to help assist seniors with improving their digital literacy so that they could participate in connecting with the outside world via Zoom and other online platforms. They've continued to help with housing navigation, with outreach. They were able to outfit their vehicles so that they could continue to safely support grocery shopping and meal delivery to seniors, and they have they're expanding the work that they do under the SHINE program, the Seniors Housing Information and Navigation Ease programming, which will support directly at the Ross Towers project in New Westminster services for seniors with including light housekeeping, meal delivery, a shuttle bus, support calls. All of these really important services that try to support seniors to stay in their own homes and also prevent the isolation. So whether it's direct service providers or not-for-profits or organizations like the Lookout Society and the Purpose Society, who are key organizations on the ground providing affordable services, working with government on making sure that those with low incomes, those people who are homeless, have the services and supports that they need. Whether it's those organizations or groups like the Fraser River Discovery Centre that provide such an important focus on one of the most important natural resources, economic resources that we have in the province, and that is the Fraser River. The Fraser River Discovery Centre supports our knowledge. They are interested in environmental stewardship, and they perform a very important educational role in the community by teaching children, youth, families, everyone in the community about the importance of the river. So, the common thread throughout what happens in my community and what I see directly in my community is that the investment that this government makes in people is definitely translated into this strong sort of resiliency on the ground. So I also, I think we really see that in terms of our government's investments in education as well. Because we all know that, at the heart of any great community is a great school with a great team of staff, with educators who are beloved by their students, where communities can really come together. And we heard about that a little bit earlier when the member from Courtenay Comox was talking about the work of the school district in her community and about the Welcome Centre, and many schools now have welcome centres where that work to build outreach with newcomers to their communities. And that is, I think, a very important thread through all of this. That is the relationships that are built in community that support people, whether they're already in a community or whether they're newcomers. So those we see those schools using an emphasis on not just being a place of learning and intellectual development, but also providing that very important role of of being a community hub, being the heart of a community. We know that schools are certainly places of intellectual development, but they're also really important places of mental and emotional support for children and youth. They can be safe havens for children, where they also access food and mental health supports, where they grow, learn, thrive, and achieve their best. And schools are places where students are mentored and begin their journey in life. And I want to take a moment just to recognize the incredibly important work that the staff in our schools do, from teachers to educational assistants, to clerical workers and bus drivers, custodians and maintenance workers, the principals and the vice principals, district administrators, and of course the trustees as well on our boards of education, and the role that parents play through the DPACs, the role also that rights holders play in our education system. I mean, it takes a village for sure, and it takes a strong team of dedicated professionals to make our education system among the best in Canada and the world. And I want to thank them not only for their extraordinary work during the pandemic, but also for their ongoing leadership in classrooms and school communities. And I think particularly really about the challenges that we have been through collectively in British Columbia and Canada and now in the world. We have had some very dramatic and traumatic experiences, whether it is the uncovery of unmarked graves on former residential school sites, or whether it is the war unfolding in Ukraine right now. All of those situations show up in classrooms because kids have questions. Kids may feel insecure about the news that they hear about events unfolding close to home and far away from home. And schools play a very important role, educators and staff play a very important role in providing assistance in kids in interpreting and understanding and feeling safe about the events around them. So I'm particularly grateful today for the work that I know is going on in schools across British Columbia as school staff and educators are supporting children and youth understand what is happening globally today. I am so proud of the work that our government is doing to build new schools, to strengthen our programs, our commitments around diversity, around anti-racism and mental health, and to enhance childcare programs within schools. And these important investments are moving forward despite, and have moved forward despite the incredible challenges placed on our schools during the COVID-19 pandemic. And indeed, I would say that an investment in children and youth in our education system is a critical part of how we build back better in a post-COVID world. Over the past year, we've navigated the pandemic, we've adapted to the new challenges across our system, and throughout we have been united. We have been united in an understanding that keeping kids connected to their schools, connected to their teachers, to the staff, is critical. So we prioritized in-class learning for students because we know how important it is, not only for their intellectual growth, but because of their mental and emotional well-being, and because of the important connection to programs and supports that they access through schools. We worked with all of our partners across our education system to ensure that a range of supports and health and safety plans were front and center so that students could continue to learn safely in schools. And we know the sacrifices that everyone has been making this year, over the last 2 years. Those sacrifices will have such a long-term positive impact on students because we were able to keep our schools open and keep them safe. You know, I think that probably one of the things that characterizes our collective experience in the pandemic the most is a sense of uncertainty. And I know that for many students and families, schools was one of the only constants and their only sense of normalcy. And the importance of that we saw reflected in work done by the BC CDC in an assessment of the impact of that short period of time at the early days of the pandemic when we closed schools for a short time. But we saw the analysis of the negative impacts of school closures on children and youth repeated in study after study in Canada and internationally. So that sense of stability and normalcy was absolutely critical to maintain. Students in British Columbia have spent more time learning in class than their peers across the country during this pandemic. That is due to the extraordinary work of staff on the front lines of our education system, on the support from advocates and trustees and parents, and we all owe them more than a huge thank you for their work in making that possible, because that is going to make all of the difference in the future for this generation of kids who have experienced this pandemic. And of course, to support all of that required significant investments. And so we did make significant investments in schools to make sure we could, our system was supported to do this work. We, beyond the operating and capital investments that you'll see in Budget 2022, we're also working with school districts to ensure they've used, that they have 2021, that they've used the 2021 COVID relief funding to indeed hire the additional staff, make the improvements to ventilation, support remote learning where it's been needed, and to increase the cleaning protocols in schools. That was all really important work that was supported with significant investments from the federal government and from our government. And in fact, before the pandemic even began, our government had invested $50 million to support HVAC and ventilation upgrades and improvements to the infrastructure of our schools. And since the pandemic started, we've invested $114.5 million to support school districts in upgrading ventilation in thousands of classrooms across British Columbia. And just recently, we made additional funding available to school districts to implement targeted improvements with a focus on deploying portable HEPA filtration units in classrooms that don't have access to mechanical ventilation systems. And just to give you a sense of how districts are using those resources, we had the Richmond School District purchase 293 HEPA units, Burnaby School District purchased 350, and in the Central Okanagan, School District 23 used funds to assist with utility costs, filters, and system controls. So we have been there to support these important investments directly around dealing with the pandemic. And as we continue to support school communities, Budget 2022 ensures that our K-12 education system will have the highest ever school operating funding. Budget 2022 ensures our education system also has the highest ever budget of $8.2 million to support students and invest in schools and childcare. And it transfers the responsibility for childcare from the Ministry of Children and Family Development to the Ministry of Education to become the Ministry of Education and Childcare on April 1st, 2022. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. But I want to say that, our funding commitments to the operating, to the capital, investments in our schools, to childcare, our investments in Budget 2022 hit a record level of $27.3 billion over 3 years. And that is a direct investment in the children, the youth, the communities of our province. That includes the move of $2.259 billion in operating funds for childcare programs over the next 3 years. And you know, I think we all know that really education is about people. About 90% of what we spend in our education system is related to people, to teachers, to education assistants, support staff, to all of the staff who provide the education and deliver the services. Government is providing school districts with $511 million over the next 3 years for enrollment growth. And in budget 2022 alone, there's $250 million more for funding of public schools compared to last year. And our government's budget includes funding boosts to expand early learning and on-site school childcare programs to the tune of $105 million in increases in childcare funding. Overall, our government's budget offers record high investments at a time when students and staff are looking to us for steady leadership, for ongoing and increasing financial stability, for the supports that they need so that they can be launched to the most success possible in their lives. There are a number, of course, and it's been discussed here, and it's clear that we know the pandemic is taking a toll on the mental health of students and staff, and we have been there to support them and will continue to be there to support them. Our government's budget this year includes $2 million through multi-year funding to continue to support critical student mental health initiatives in schools, building on our $5 million investment in mental health funding provided in 2021, and our $24 million Equity of Opportunity Supplement provided to school districts to support children and youth with mental health needs and those living in low-income families. Our mental health in schools strategy embeds mental health and substance use programs and services for students throughout the education system and expands on A Pathway to Hope, our government's strategy to transform mental health and substance use care for children and young people. Navigating the pandemic has been, no question, challenging for everyone in BC, and we know there have been impacts on everyone's health. Our province also offers a range of supports that all education staff can access to help with anxiety, stress, and worry, including free access to phone-based supports with a counselor network through the BC COVID-19 Mental Health Network. And what happens in terms of how we can provide such wonderful education and supports to students? Well, we need the infrastructure, we need the schools, the places to do that. And the places, indeed, in which students learn are critical to their intellectual stimulation, but also to supporting their mental and emotional well-being. The places in which students learn are important to support student and staff safety as well. Our government continues to make historic investments in schools so that communities and families have access to the safe space they need to thrive. We continue to make record investments, $2.65 billion in provincial funding budgeted over the next 3 years for new and expanded schools, for seismic upgrades and replacements, maintenance programs, accessible playgrounds, and property purchases for future schools. Our budget's 3-year capital funding of $2.65 billion includes $1.3 billion for expansion and replacement projects that address enrollment growth and reduce portable use, $793 million to accelerate the seismic program, and $554 million for routine capital to maintain and improve schools throughout the province. In the coming year alone, the ministry plans to invest a total of $930 million in capital funding because we are building schools, we are providing safe spaces for children to learn, we are maintaining and improving existing schools. And this amount is more than double what the previous government spent on capital prior to 2017. And if we look at how this investment plays out in a community like Surrey, where we know has experienced dramatic growth over the last number of years, we continue to work to make investments in new and improved schools in that community. And in fact, since September 2017, the Ministry of Education has approved more than $475 million in major capital projects in the Surrey School District, along with $85 million in routine capital spending to improve and maintain existing facilities for students and staff. Over the last 11 years, student enrollment has increased 11%, from 65,000 students in 2010-2011 to 72,000 in 2021-2022 in the Surrey School District alone. And that enrollment is expected to continue to grow at an average of more than 1,000 students per year for the next 5 years. And indeed, our government has been working very closely with both the City of Surrey and the Surrey Board of Education to make up for lost time, to build new and expanded schools where they're needed. And just last week, the school district hosted the member for Surrey Cloverdale to the official opening of Manova Elementary, which has given more than 600 students a better place to learn. And 2 weeks before that, the school district held the official opening for the Grandview Heights Secondary School, which added 1,500 new student seats to South Surrey. And for the first time in recent memory, the Surrey School District hasn't had to purchase portables, either in the 2021 or 21-22 school years, to manage enrollment growth. So yes, capital investments in Surrey are working, will save the district millions in portable costs that they had to endure under the previous government. And once complete in 2025, projects funded by government since 2017 will have created 9,425 new student seats and resulted in the district not having to use approximately 380 new portable classrooms. Families in Surrey are seeing the results of this investment. We've had to play catch up, but as Surrey continues to grow, we're continuing to work with our partners to expand access to education in Surrey. And when it comes to, the issue of climate change and the environment, which is very much on all of our minds and very much a priority for government, our investments through schools again come through. Our government's priorities again, you can see in how we are investing in education. In Clean BC, we are reducing pollution and powering our future in K-12 education by providing $23 million for the Carbon Neutral Capital Program, which supports a wide variety of green and environmentally friendly projects in school districts, $15 million for the Bus Replacement Program, which is helping to bring more electric school buses to communities. And in May and June, we were excited to see the first electric school buses hit the streets in 13 districts, including Souk, Vernon, Nanaimo, and Ladysmith. And many more are coming in the months and years ahead. We're also building schools to adapt to climate change. And the example, for example, the new secondary school in West Kelowna is being designed with future climate impacts in mind and will incorporate non-combustible materials in construction. We are investing in accessible playgrounds, $5 million to build modern, accessible playgrounds, and already through the Playground Equipment Program, which has provided spaces, playground sites for 49,000 children, 200 playgrounds across the province. These are all very important. Initiatives, and I'm going to leave it to my fabulous other colleagues to comment on other areas of investment that we are making that improves communities. But I do want to make a comment about our government's commitment to reconciliation and how that plays out in the work that we do in education and in our investments. And we know that education has an important role to play in reconciliation. And I was very struck when I had a chance to visit the Mill Bay Nature School in December up in Duncan, in Mill Bay, close to Duncan, and see the work that we are doing, that educators are doing on the ground with children, to provide a sense of what reconciliation really looks like in a community. And that community operates, that school operates on the principle of Oshento, of walking together. They are in relationship in a very profound way with their natural surroundings and with each other and with the land, the First Nations on whose land they operate. And that has stayed with me in a really profound way. And I think about that experience when I think about all of the work we're doing, the 18 First Nations languages approved and taught in schools, the increase in targeted funding for Indigenous learners at 98 million, all of the work we did to support First Nations through COVID, all of the work we're doing on supporting Indigenous education and also addressing anti-racism throughout our education system. Through this budget, we're supporting people now. We're building the foundation for a strong recovery. Our investments in K-12 education and childcare will set students up for success in school and in life. The leaders of tomorrow are in our classrooms today, and that's why this investment is so important for us. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the budget on behalf of my constituents and in my role in education. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a pleasure to rise in this House again on such an important topic, the budget. And I guess this is the sixth budget that I've had the opportunity to observe as a member of the Legislative Assembly of BC. And I guess the thing about it is that British Columbians, when they elected this government, they had high expectations and hopes that things that were promised would be something that would come forward and be a part of, the budget process. No doubt COVID has had an impact on some of those, the focus, etc. But I think that the fact that we've been at this a couple of years, one of the things that I think any good business or government would have is a very clear, precise strategy, knowing that there are certain achievables and measurables that they're going to achieve in terms of what it is that they're trying to achieve. Now, if we go back and we, I guess, we're talking about the uncertainty that British Columbians face, and it wouldn't be appropriate to not talk about the uncertainty that the world is facing today with the crisis in the Ukraine and all of the people across British Columbia that were here on Saturday in Victoria. I think that there's certainly a lot of things that we need to do in regards to that. And the budget obviously isn't about that, but I do think that it's important to know that those people are looking for certainty as best they can. They need to know the direction that their government. I was reading some of the reports about their Prime Minister yesterday, and he really clearly is trusted by a lot of people. I see in the last election, he garnered over 72% of the vote. And I'm thinking, this is a person that resonates and strikes with people. And he actually does what he says. Now, this is more challenging because he's in a totally different situation than, what we face here in British Columbia. But on the other hand, there is a responsibility for government to at least attempt to do what they say that they're going to do. Now, I think that probably it's pretty clear in the 2017 election, which they were successful in 6 budgets ago, they wanted to affect change in affordability. They immediately, we heard it yesterday, we saw that, the minister was talking about the fact that people that are foreign buyers are the problem. So let's increase the foreign buyers tax to 20%. Let's add the speculation and vacancy tax. Let's add the school tax. Let's add more taxes so that we can make certain that we take, we knock the stuffing out of those people that think that they should have a second home or be a foreigner that's investing here in British Columbia, because they're the ones that are taking. We heard the number. It's 18,000 units that are now put back into the marketplace because of contracts or renting, etc. 18,000. We have like 60,000 people a year moving to British Columbia. We've got a refugee crisis in several places in the world, and we just opened up our borders today. We're going to fast-track refugees, and no doubt many of them are going to find their way to British Columbia. Where are we going to put these people? So the problem with the budgeting process that the government uses, Madam Speaker, is that it's aspirational. A lot of words, a lot of talk about we're going to have not only the affordability, we're going to have things that are going to help people being able to know that they can rebuild, get back to work, being able to afford. I know as the former housing critic, I know that seems like it's unattainable, and I can tell you as somebody that started working a long time ago, it seemed like it was unattainable, but I was successful in gathering together enough for a modest down payment, albeit, it was at a different point. I'll tell you what though, inflation was like what's coming around the corner. When I started working, inflation was in the double digit, in the teens. Wage and price controls existed. My first job outside of, jobs that I had during schoolwork, which was modest, but I mean, I remember them telling me that, my wages are going to be suppressed by this federal program of wage and price control. I only made $500 a month. You can only imagine how far that went. But I had a friend and we rented a place together and I bought a car and bought my insurance on, a payment plan. You know what? It's what you do. And the bottom line is that I got by and I was successful enough to learn how to manage my money. I was taken aback looking at this budget and thinking about the aspirational promises and the amount of money that we've heard the previous member go on about. And there's no doubt, the government is spending money. They're spending tons of money. But, one of the things that we have to look at is, are we getting the results? Are we getting the progress that we need in terms of the projects that they all talk about? Everybody wants to be part of that success. Having been a former member of the Executive Council, of course I like the idea that we were going to have connectivity to every last place on the planet or in British Columbia. And I say that. I traveled to some pretty remote places, but connectivity was different back in 2009 when I was first elected to what it is today. Nobody talked about 5G. They didn't even talk about 4G. They didn't talk about the download speeds we're talking about. It costs money, and I understand that we need that. That's an infrastructure that I'm glad that the government is continuing to add to. But I am concerned about the things that they're not really addressing. As I drove to the airport last night, I couldn't help but notice, because I'd been off the streets for a day or two, and the gas prices in my riding were all of a sudden almost at $1.70. And I'm thinking $1.70, it was like $1.55 last week. And I know that in this House we've had questions about surcharges on trucks bringing fuel from Alberta. We don't want fuel. Well, let's be realistic here. We saw what happened in the November tropical or the tsunamis that we had come through, and the fact that the coastal or the TMX was down. No gas coming into the province from Alberta. We had to get it and import it from Washington State. We're not self-sufficient. We don't have the refining capacity. And the bottom line is that it's unrealistic. And I know that there is an agenda about, fixing things around emitting carbon and things like that. I don't think there's anybody in this House that has spent as many days living in a polluted country like China, based in Beijing, going around and looking at what happened in Japan after Fukushima, after they shut their nuclear reactors down. They shut 51 of 54 reactors down, just like that. That is, these are reactions to things, and they want clean energy, don't get me wrong, but they're using what's cheap, and that happens to be, just the soft coal that puts out high emissions. Now, we can clean that up for a cost. At least I've been told that. I'm not an engineer. But I can tell you that the question from the member from Skeena earlier today was about, expanding LNG. Well, you know what? LNG is a huge reduction in terms of their overall emissions. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to have cleaner output. We're already a relatively, we embrace electric cars, we embrace higher miles per gallon, better transit, even in a fairly low populous province like we have. But the situation is we've got to be realistic about what we can achieve and what we can't. If we can influence something like China or Vietnam or these other countries to suck up and use LNG in place of that, and they will, because the bottom line is that there'll be a limitation on where they can get coal unless they want to buy it from, places like Russia, which I'm sure that they'll continue to sell as a willing, willing buyer, willing seller. But the bottom line is that it is a very much part of what I think our cleaner energy plan should be. I know that in this budget there's a penalty against fossil fuels on heating devices, and the advertising had even got to me. I had problems with my furnace in January, and I'm surprised because it's a very high energy efficient furnace, but it was 26 years old, and needless to say, this furnace, I had it explained by the technician. I thought, we could just kind of keep replacing parts and keep it going. And he said, no, it said, these are the things that wear in a furnace, etc. I had to explain them. I said, well, okay, well, should we look at a heat pump? And he said, a heat pump will not work in this climate. I said, well, why not? I mean, I'm told that there's rebates, etc. And this whole idea that I'm going to be able to save the planet by putting in a heat pump, we had minus 23.5 at my house during the wintertime. We had minus colder than that at the Kelowna airport, north of that, and I'm sure much colder in the Peace River and places like that. It is not a solution that's practical. It's idealistic. It works in the Lower Mainland where these temperatures work, and it's great because during the heat dome, it would have given some of those people the ability to have cooling as well as heating, etc. I think it's a great idea. But this is a big province, and the reality is that we're sitting here talking about stuff that is not really, practical for the climates that some of us in this province represent. I know that we do want to make certain we're addressing this, and I know that we have to build more resiliency, and I know that, I think the government did a great job in kind of getting back to helping restore things in Sumas Prairie, on the Fraser Canyon and the Coquihalla, but I know that the Speaker's riding, they have a very difficult situation. They have a whole highway that services 5 communities that's been obliterated. It doesn't exist. There's nothing left. There's little patches, etc. How do you rebuild that? It takes you have to go back to the drawing board, and you have to kind of find a new alternative, and I don't know what that is. But I do think that people were expecting in this budget, not only for their priorities and the government priorities, to have a clear strategic plan, but the one that continues to surface is the affordability crisis. The rising cost of housing, which I know that, I know on the weekend I was looking at some new rental units that have come on in my riding. They start at about $1,350 for a single bedroom and rising to about $2,000 for a 3-bedroom. But there is availability, and as I said before, when I first moved away from home, I was quite happy to share a trailer with 2 other working friends or whatever, and we split it up and we got by. I do think that things that people really, besides affordability, and part of that is the affordability of childcare. And I know that the minister has made a lot of statements in this House about how affordable childcare is going to happen, but it's a big task, and it's not as simple as converting and putting it into the public school system, bringing in early childhood educators in. The reality is you've got to have capacity. That 60,000 people that are immigrating here every year, growing every year, is likely going to be people that need childcare. And they would love that, so that both parents could maybe work, make things a little bit affordable. But the reality is that in the 5 years since this was promised, and now the 6th year, it looks like that we're not getting $10 a day care. It looks like that we're getting closer to maybe $20 a day daycare, and it's for a fraction of the people that really need it. And I empathize with them. I mean, when I found out what my daughter was paying for childcare when she was raising her 3 daughters, I was shocked that it was like over $2,000 a month. I thought that kind of makes you wonder whether it's worth working. And she did question that. But anyways, they did get through it. And, you know, there was help that we provided, whether it was daycare through my wife or other help. But the bottom line is that it's one of those barriers to people being able to make ends meet. And I think that that's a good thing that they're addressing it. But I think that their strategic plan is still out of sync with the reality of what they're going to be able to deliver. I think that, you know, one of the things that British Columbians are really looking for is I think that they don't want slogans. They don't want to be pitched or sold or whatever. People tire of that. And, you know, what this budget doesn't do is it doesn't bring the conclusion in campaign promises that have been promised and yet undelivered. You know, maybe I think that, you know, there's lots of things. I talk about childcare, housing, transportation. We've heard a lot about the fact that we're going to have a new access to Delta and Tsawwassen and South Surrey. And what we have is we have a delayed plan of a particular bridge that the government did not like, or somebody, I know that they, quote, say the Mayor's Council said, well, they don't really like that. And I'm thinking, well, the Mayor's Council of some of those communities, I think there's about 30 of them on that group, what interest do they have in that bridge for their communities? I don't understand. You know, personally, if I was in the mayor of Delta or Ladner or other places like that, what about the border? What about the Peace Arch border? That is an important or an international access point for goods and services to get down into the state of Washington. We have other ones at Highway 15 and others in the Lower Mainland. However, we still need to have connectivity. We have not been able to eliminate truck traffic, as you know, we've soon found out with the pandemic that trucks, unfortunately, are part of the supply chain, and we need to have them unless we can find a way to electrify everything and have it so that those vehicles can, you know, run back and forth. Maybe they're, you know, an increase in train traffic. I don't know the answer. But the bottom line is that we know that goods and services and traffic and transportation is going to increase to Vancouver Island. So that means that Tsawwassen's going to get busier. The South Surrey is growing. The Peace Arch border crossing, as well as some of these other things. So I think that the fact that the new bridge hasn't been, I mean, the new tunnel hasn't got anywhere other than the fact that we're in the planning stage. We got to go through an environmental assessment review, which is going to take time. I know that the government recently announced some investment in and around the Steveston Highway, but the big thing that people are looking for is, where's the connectivity? And the bottom line is that they would like to say, I think, that the SkyTrain going from Richmond makes logical sense to go out that way and put, you know, get people out of their cars and get them into a SkyTrain. But I mean, is that going to be possible in the new tunnel? I know they have a transit lane, but I think that we've seen the success of the Canada line. I mean, I rode it within opening days, and I couldn't believe the traffic counts were exceeded. They were even exceeded within days of opening, and the Evergreen line. And the bottom line is that public transit works. And we've got a barrier. We've got the agricultural land reserve. We've got the ocean. We've got the that The bottom line is that there's only so many places where people can, you know, communities can grow, and we need to have these investments. And so by delaying it, it not only obviously delays the connectivity, but it increases in costs. And the fact is that people have to tolerate hanging out in a tunnel or, you know, merging into lanes and stuff like that. So I think that, you know, people are looking for results. After 6 years, you'd expect we'd start ticking boxes. We got this school built, we got this hospital built. We don't. They're not happening. Lots of talk, but not much action in terms of delivering. And I think that probably when it comes to estimates, we're going to be asking a lot of those questions. My colleagues that are working on childcare spaces, myself on transportation, housing, we're going to be asking those questions because, look, you can't be spending. Do you know what the budget was in prior to the 2017 election? The budget for this province was under $49 billion. This budget's almost, well, it's over $70 billion. That's a staggering amount. And what do we get for that extra $30 billion a year? Or $20 billion, I should say, sorry. I think that the situation is that that's what British Columbians are asking about. They don't have the things that they were expecting, affordability, childcare, and these other things. Gas prices, now we have the highest gas prices in North America. So I think that it does beg the question about where is the money going and why is it happening? Or why is it not resulting in, the result that we're looking for? So then we've got things that just drive people crazy. We got 3 new taxes. And that's on top of the 23 that we had in the prior budgets. But anyways, we got a tax on online marketplace. And as the minister described, it's closing a loophole. But obviously people are looking for affordability, shopping online. I guess my question about, the marketplace transactions, is it going to be a situation that, if we start buying at garage sales that they're going to have to pay PST? Are we going to start having auditors running around and trying to capture that? I guess what we're looking at is I think that some of this is low-hanging fruit. Increasing taxes on used car sales that maybe there's a transactional difference. I mean, I guess I don't know how much is missing there, but I do think that the situation is that these are for the people, and we heard the stories about the minivan that cost $10,000, and the fact is that, hey, I got a deal, or I got it from, a friend or whatever, and they gave me a bit of a break. And all of a sudden, when they go to register it, oh no, the black book value is $11,000. You now owe us, X amount of provincial sales tax on that. I do think that this is a tax that's directed at the wrong people. And I think that if we're talking affordability, we should be where are the other loopholes or gaps that are missing? And then I mentioned the home heating fuel one, which I think is completely founded on the basis that we're going to have clean BC, which I don't think any one of us would not support having, clean energy as something to augment or replace or that. But the idea that we're going to tax home heating fuels, we saw the same thing when we brought the carbon tax in. I was here in 2009, and I can tell you that the carbon tax was evil and hated by the rural parts of British Columbia. My colleague Donna Burnett from the Caribou loved to talk about the fact that everybody drives a pickup truck or a Peace River and stuff like that, and they do. They're ranchers, they're farmers. They work in the oil and gas industry and stuff like that, and they're already paying that. So, we paused on that because when we were here, we had to deal with Washington, Oregon, and California, and we also had the hydrogen highway. And the bottom line is that as soon as 2008 hit, they reneged. They backed out of the agreements that we had to, have clean fuels and move ahead. But it was an attempt, and we were investing in clean technology. But now we're just jacking it up. And on top of it, as the member from Abbotsford West will remember, it was revenue neutral. We returned that money, the carbon tax, back to people. We encouraged people to invest in their homes, to upgrade their windows, their roof, their insulation, etc. We did it for schools, the such sector. We gave them money and resources out of that so that they could meet those targets and lower their emissions. And here we are, none of that exists. I mean, it's all at the level of where the ministries and the government make a decision. We should really, look at this. And unfortunately, I think the fossil fuel tax and the idea of switching over to heat pumps, Madam Speaker, is just one of those poorly thought out. Sounds great on paper, probably works in the Lower Mainland, but it doesn't work, outside of Hope. So what about other tax revenue? I remember when sitting in government, we were hoping to eliminate the property purchase tax. It was a goal, it was aspirational, but we wanted to do that. It was less than $1 billion. Last year it brought in $3 billion into the province in the coffers. And when the government is spending over, I think it's 5.5 or 5.491 billion more than they're taking in on a $71 billion budget, and they're getting revenue windfalls like this, I'm thinking, this is, that's a lot of spending without the results that I think people are going to, they do expect. So one of the things that has happened, there's been a lot of talk about jobs, and I didn't see anything. I mean, I know that there's some investment in post-secondary education and an announcement at BCIT, but, one of the things that we need in a province. And part of the reason we have a housing crisis, in my opinion, is that we think of people that do land development and buildings and stuff like that. It should be done by government because they're getting a profit out of it or something like that. I hate to tell you, but that's the way that, you know, a democracy works, is that they take that, they pay taxes, they invest in it, they buy more property, and that's just the life cycle of that. I think in the job sector, we've seen the public sector growth by almost, I think it's 150,000 new public sector. We're over 500,000 public sector jobs. What about the private sector? We need immigration. We need people to come here. We need skills training, etc. And we need it now. This budget could have addressed that in the sense that it should have been paramount that we were going to train more people, attract more people in, to be not only the province that we can be, but the fact that people want to move here. We're building 40-some thousand homes a year. We need 60. We're 20,000 homes a year short just in terms of our overall supply demand. And we don't have this, we can't build more because there's not enough. We just had legislation that came out that's going to increase the responsibility, and I did speak to that about, you know, a couple of European craftsmen. I talked about a fellow by the name of Jelko Bezecki. He worked for me, his wife worked for me, and his son still works for me, and his son has worked for me for 30 years. So he's been around a while, and he was a master craftsman, masonry craftsman, and the bottom line is that, are we going to take that person because he doesn't have the red seal or some other certification and just say, well, you know, you don't cut it anymore? And I can tell you that this guy could put anybody that handles masonry products to shame. So anyways, I do think that that was one of the areas that was a missed opportunity in this. So, Madam Speaker, a couple of other things we haven't seen. I have heard the members that know more about this, but I know that we've talked a lot about the fact that with autism and individualized care, we've talked a lot about the fact that family-centered care has worked, and it was something that was a change that we made. We do need to put more money. I don't disagree with that. But the idea that we're going to create hubs, well, if I happen to live in 100 Mile, is there going to be a hub there? Or what if I live in 70 Mile? Or what happens if I live at, you know, someplace like, you know, Sheridan Lake Ranch or something like that? I mean, there's all sorts of places. There's thousands and thousands of families that probably need access to that help, and they're going to have to, you know, go to places. Maybe it'll be in Williams Lake, maybe it'll be in Vanderhoof, maybe it'll be in Prince George. But the bottom line is that that isn't accessibility. The fact is that parents and families need to have access to that funding so that those children get a chance to make their way in life. So we heard about another thing as we heard about the opioid crisis and the increase in mental health and addictions. And I'm sad to say, even the mayor of Kelowna, who was on the urban mayor's caucus, they wanted to bring complex care. And the fact is that there's 2 in Vancouver, 1 in Surrey, and 1 other in a 4th place. And the money that they've got is $8 billion more for advertising. I just can't quite understand that. People that are in that, we heard this on the government and financial service, or the financial service and government committee that I served on last year. We heard from all sorts of service providers. They said clearly that what they're providing in terms of care is not enough to deal with the complex care needs that you know, that they have in their communities. We need to do something different. And I'm glad that, I know the minister during question or estimates said that there was going to be, you know, super complex care coming out, and I'm hopeful that these 10 will work, but I do think that we need to get on with it because we can't go from 6 people a day dying from opioids. We've got to find other ways to treat these people. We've got to make certain that they're safe, and I think that that's, you know, I'm sure the government's heard lots about that, but let's make certain that we bring results to the whole idea about this particular opioid crisis. So one of the things that was kind of late in the piece was the fact that in the budget, the government had a holdback system, and as a minister, you only got this holdback if you delivered your budget on you know, within the parameters of what it was. And the government balanced its budget. There was a couple of key things. Well, that wasn't legislation that the BC Liberals brought in. That was Paul Ramsey back in 2000. And he stood up and he said, you know, if this legislation didn't pass, it was a vote of confidence and they'd call an election. And it did pass. And it was good legislation, and it meant that you had to live within your means. I think about a picture that's in the Vancouver Sun today about a little girl that's got 3 jars in a kitchen, and it's got coins, and she's got savings and toys and you know, other funds, and she's divvying up the way that she manages her money. And I can't help but think, now that's a good way to teach, you know, young people about managing it. And I don't see that that's being practiced on the government side in the sense that we need to make certain that we're balancing these things. So we've taken away that responsibility. That 10% holdback is now actually automatic if the government doesn't balance its budget, which we heard from the member from Kelowna Mission talking about the fact that there's no plan to get to balance. We've got 3 years of deficits, and as a minister, you're going to be entitled to still collect your holdback. So I do think that that's just, you know, how does that incentivize you to get to that place, Madam Speaker, where you're thinking of the taxpayer money as if it was your own pennies that you were managing? So I do want to finish up that I do look forward to estimates in talking with the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure about, you know, his plans, knowing what the cost estimates are going to be on the roads. What's it going to cost to rebuild Highway 8? When's it going to start? When are those people going to have their transportation issues resolved? And I do think that there's many other things that we could talk about today, but I see that I'm running short of time, but I will finish with one quote, and it has to do with the Road Builders Association. We support local and diverse hiring, but preferred union mandate remains an unacceptable use of taxpayer dollars. So thank you, Madam Speaker. And
thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Surrey Fleetwood.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is a real honor for me to stand up in this House on behalf of the people of Surrey Fleetwood and respond to the Budget 2022. This budget, Madam Speaker, reflects the choices government is making that are needed to build a stronger BC and make life better for people by investing in BC's economic, environmental, and social strengths. Madam Speaker, I will come back to the budget in a couple of minutes, but first, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the people of Surrey for electing me for 5 times as their representative, and that is certainly a rare honor for me and for my family. My heartfelt thanks to the people of Surrey Fleetwood for giving me the opportunity to serve them and for putting their faith in me. I exist in this House because of the people of Surrey Fleetwood. My special thanks to my 2 staff members, Navneet Kalo and Prab Sandhu, in my Surrey Fleetwood constituency office, and Paige Falcons in Victoria. They are exceptional people doing excellent job serving the people of British Columbia and assisting me on a daily basis. Last but not the least, thanks from the bottom of my heart to the love of my life, my friend, my advisor, and my beautiful wife, Rajwant Prar, and to my daughter, Noor, and my son, Fateh, for their love and unconditional support to me during my political journey in service of the people of this beautiful province. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that people of Ukraine are under attack as we speak. I, with my colleagues, all members of this House, stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Coming back to the budget, Madam Speaker, I am proud to talk about the budget 2022, dedicated to build a stronger BC. Over the last few years, Madam Speaker, British Columbians have been challenged in many ways we have never imagined. The investments our government has made in people, in healthcare, childcare, internet for rural and remote communities, and housing are important building blocks that have supported British Columbians through the pandemic. Budget 2022 reflects the choices government is making, Madam Speaker, that are needed to build a strong BC and make life better for people by investing in BC's economic, environmental, and social strengths. This budget, Madam Speaker, supports bold actions to fight climate change and to protect people and community from climate-related disasters. The budget helps with the cost of living by reducing childcare costs and delivers a comprehensive approach to respond to and prevent homelessness. This budget makes investments needed to close the digital divide and grow an inclusive, sustainable economy, and budget continue to strengthen the public services British Columbians rely on. As we continue to respond to the effects of pandemic, we will be building on our strengths to prepare us for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. BC is in a strong economic situation for recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic and recent climate-related disasters. So I would like to say thanks to Dr. Bonnie Henry, Minister of Health, for their best response to COVID-19 to keep our people safe and to build the confidence of British Columbians and business community in our economy and social services moving forward. Our economy is better, Madam Speaker. Our economy is better today because working with people, our response to COVID-19 remains the best in North America. Budget 2022 is about building a strong economy for everyone. Our economic recovery plan is working. We are indeed building a strong economy for everyone. Under BC Liberals, economy was working for the wealthy and well-connected only, as they gave massive tax breaks to the wealthy and forced the middle-class people pay more through bridge tolls, MSP premiums, and ICBC rates. We are building an economy that works for you and your family, because an economy built for all is an economy built to succeed. Today, BC leads Canada's economic recovery with 100,000 more people working than when the pandemic started. Our unemployment rate is the lowest in Canada at 5.1%, and our job recovery rate is now 102.4% compared to pre-pandemic levels. BC remains the best place to do business in Canada. Employers are willing to pay more because we have the best economy, strong foundation to sustain a strong economy for a long time, such as affordable childcare, trained workforce, and affordable housing. As a result, Madam Speaker, wages are rising after a long time to make life better and more affordable for people. Businesses and people from within Canada and around the globe are moving to our province. They're moving here. Last year alone, 36,000 people moved to BC from other provinces, not from other countries, from other provinces. Never before so many people moved to BC from other provinces. In fact, under BC Liberals, British Columbians were leaving the province and moving to other provinces, and that is a fact. So, Madam Speaker, our government has a vision for BC's economic future, an inclusive, sustainable, and innovative economy that works for everyone. Budget 2022 is making strong investment to ensure people across BC are poised to benefit from sustainable economic and resource development today and in the future. This includes investing in growing sectors like life sciences, supporting the recovery of sectors that continue to be impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, like tourism, nonprofits, and the arts, culture, and music sector. Our strong BC economic plan makes life better today and prepares us for tomorrow. It builds off our strong economic recovery and moves BC forward, setting out to tackle two of our biggest challenges moving forward: inequality and climate change. So BC continued to lead Canada's economic recovery with 100,000 jobs added in 2021, in just 2021. So BC's economy is strong, and forecasts show that it will continue to grow in the next decade. The province's economy expanded by an estimated 5 points in 2021 and is forecast to expand by 4 points in 2022 and 2.5 in 2023. Those are the facts, Madam Speaker, about economy. And Budget 2022 continue to invest in affordable housing. I know members have been talking about affordability, but during the 16 years, they have done absolutely nothing to make life more affordable for the people of British Columbia. I would like to hear what they have done during the 16 years. But people who live and work in BC, Madam Speaker, should be able to afford a safe and secure place to call home. That lack of affordable housing is hurting people in BC and holding our province back. Housing affordability is a serious and deep-rooted problem, Madam Speaker. For 16 years, BC Liberals refused to build affordable housing, allowed massive rent increases, and let dirty money and speculation drive up real estate costs. That's what happened in BC. BC Liberals would double down on those bad choices that created these problems if given the chance again. If given the chance again. So newly elected leader of BC Liberals, Kevin Falcon, has frequently criticized our government policies, and members clapping there, designed to tackle speculation to cool the market. During the leadership race on September 28, 2021, he opposed the speculation and vacancy tax. He opposed the speculation and vacancy tax. That has brought 18,000 rental units into the market in Metro Vancouver. So clearly, they haven't learned any lesson from their past mistakes. So, Madam Speaker, our government is working hard to tackle the housing crisis by addressing speculation, closing loopholes, and cracking down on fraud, making renting more secure, and building more affordable homes for people across British Columbia. We put our Home for BC plan in place in 2018 to work with partners to build 114,000 affordable homes for British Columbians, with an investment of $7 billion over 10 years. This is the largest investment in affordable housing in BC's history, Madam Speaker. Through our Home for BC plan, more than 32,000 homes are completed or underway in communities across the province. And Madam Speaker, I'm proud to say that we have more housing completed or underway in 3 years than BC Liberals built in 16 years. That's the record, Madam Speaker. So Budget 2022 builds on these investments with annual funding of more than $1.2 billion each year, 3 times the level of funding in 2017 under the previous government. To keep up with the thousands of people moving to our province and make sure businesses can find workers they need, we are continuing to accelerate our investment in building more homes people can afford. And because we know that communities need more homes for a range of incomes, and we are providing more resources to accelerate the delivery of mixed income projects through the Community Housing Fund and rental and home ownership opportunity through the Housing Hub. We are funding, Madam Speaker, supportive housing units for people at risk of homelessness. And we are also making historic investment in housing for Indigenous people by funding home both on and off reserve. So we are committed, Madam Speaker, to build affordable housing for the people of British Columbia. Child care. Budget 2022 is once again making historic investment in child care. Child care must remain a core service available to any family that wants it, when they need it, at a price they can afford. Affordable, accessible, and quality child care is the key to build a strong society, and it remains the main focus of this budget. Since launching the Child Care BC Plan in Budget 2028, government has invested $2.4 billion to build an affordable, accessible, and high-quality childcare system to ensure that families, especially women, can participate in the workplace. Since 2018, government has funded more than 26,000 new licensed childcare spaces, the fastest space creation in BC's history. Excuse me. After signing a historic agreement with the federal government in 2021 to accelerate the development of the system, this budget makes further investments for more spaces. We are delivering 30,000 new spaces for childcare under the age of 6 within 5 years, and 40,000 within 7 years. We are also creating more before and after school spaces, including nearly doubling the Seamless Day program from 24 to 44 school districts. So Budget 2022 brings BC closer than ever to government's planned $10 a day childcare. Through a new agreement, Madam Speaker, with the federal government, fees for full-day childcare will be reduced by 50% to an average of approximately $20 a day by the end of 2022. And Budget 2022 builds on that investment by cutting average fee for preschool and before and after school care to less than $20 a day for the 2023-24 school year. Our government is fully committed to provide affordable, accessible, and quality childcare. And we are saving families more money as we move closer than ever to our planned $10 a day childcare. This budget, Madam Speaker, also provides $3.2 billion additional funding for health care. Public health care is the key to build a strong economy and strong community, making sure people can get health care when and where they need. Health care continues to be a key priority of this budget. This budget, Madam Speaker, commits $3.2 billion over 3 years to build an even stronger health care and mental health care system for British Columbians, including funding for new urgent and primary care centers, speeding up emergency response time, and supporting First Nations primary care centers to build services closer to home. This budget builds on previous investments we have made to give people faster and better access to the day-to-day healthcare services they need. We are opening new urgent primary care centers in communities across the province. We have already opened 2 urgent primary care centers in Surrey and more to come moving forward. Seniors are benefiting from better primary care, home care, long-term care, and assisted living. Waiting times for hip and knee replacement surgery are falling, and the number of MRIs being done each year has increased by over 23%. We are continuing to fund the Pathway to Hope with $500 million investment to improve mental health and addictions care across the province. Health care is better because of our government's investment of billions of dollars to improve services. So keeping in time, Madam Speaker, I will go to my last segment first, and that is Budget 2022 is good for the people of Surrey. Is good for the people of Surrey. This budget reflects the choices the government is making that are needed to build a strong Surrey community to make life better for people. By investing in building new schools for our kids, extending SkyTrain to Langley, replacing unsafe Portola Bridge, and a new second hospital for patients, and more, and more. People of Surrey have made a lot of progress during the last 4 years, lot of progress. We are putting people of Surrey first and making different choices than the previous government. For 16 years, Madam Speaker, for 16 long years, BC Liberals refused to build affordable housing, public transit, and new schools, and a new hospital for our fast-growing city in the country. And BC Liberals would double down on the bad choices if given the chances again. Member of the official opposition, Madam Speaker, repeatedly mentioned the city of Surrey in their budget speeches and during the question period. It's a kind of new development, believing the people of Surrey will trust them. House Leader of the official opposition mentioned Surrey during his budget speech more than 50 times. More than 50 times. I can understand the pain of losing Surrey, Madam Speaker. I can understand the pain of losing Surrey. And they lost Surrey because they refused to build new schools for our kids, because they refused to extend SkyTrain to Langley, because they refused to replace unsafe Portola Bridge, because they refused to build new schools for our kids, because they refused to build new hospital for the people of Surrey, and they forced the people of Surrey to pay bridge tolls, unfair bridge tolls. And 16 years of history, Madam Speaker, of their bad choices speaks for itself. Speaks for itself. And you cannot hide it. There's no way they can hide it. People of Surrey believe in actions. They believe in actions, not in misleading slogans of the new leader of the official opposition, Kevin Falcon, and the member sitting on the other side. And let me tell you that we are fixing the damage to the city of Surrey caused by the BC Liberals' bad choices during the 16 years. People of Surrey have accomplished a lot under our government during the last 4 years. And let me tell you what we have accomplished in just 4 years. In just 4 years. Number one. Now, these are the facts. Number one, the new leader of the official opposition, Kevin Falcon, forced the people of Surrey to pay unfair bridge tolls, and we have eliminated the tolls on Portman Bridge and Golden Ear Bridge, saving a driver who commutes every day approximately $1,500. $1,500. We changed that. Number two, Kevin Falcon and BC Liberals increased MSP premiums many, many times to give tax break to their wealthy friends. We have eliminated MSP, saving individuals around $800 and families up to $1,800. And BC Liberals are ready to bring the MSP back. They passed a resolution in their convention to bring MSP back. Number three, the BC Liberals refused to replace the unsafe Portola Bridge for a decade for the people of Surrey. And we are building a new Portola Bridge as we speak to provide safe crossing to the people of Surrey, and it is under construction right now. Number four, BC Liberals refused to build new schools for our kids. They only funded one new school during their last 4 years between 2013 to 2017. One school. At a time when student enrollment in Surrey was the highest in the province. Highest in the province. But we are building schools. As of March 2021, we have funded and completed the construction of 11,275 new seats. 11,275 new seats. So, during first 4 years of our government, Madam Speaker, we have built 7 new schools. 7 new schools, 5 elementary schools, 2 secondary schools, and 16 additions in schools. In other words, Madam Speaker, to be clear, we have built equivalent to 17 new elementary schools in just 4 years. So history of bad choices of BC Liberals and good choices of this government is very clear. BC Liberals built only one school for our kids during their last 4 years, and we built equivalent to 17 schools, Madam Speaker, as of today, during our first 4 years. That is absolutely clear. Number 5, BC Liberals and Kevin Falcon refused to build the SkyTrain to Langley. They actually asked for a referendum to people of British Columbia. Yes, they also refused to build the SkyTrain. And we are building the SkyTrain to Langley, and we have committed already $3.2 billion for this project in this budget. And number 6, Madam Speaker, for 16 years, Madam Speaker, Kevin Falcon and BC Liberals also refused to build a new hospital for the people of Surrey, a second hospital for the people of Surrey. People of Surrey deserve a second hospital. Surrey is the second largest city in BC, and by 2041, Surrey is projected to surpass Vancouver as the largest city in BC. But look at the story, Madam Speaker. During 1990s, member mentioned from time to time 1990s. During 1990s, BC NDP government purchased a parcel of property near 152 and Highway 10 in Surrey to build a second new hospital for Surrey. BC Liberals took over in 2021 and made a false promise to the people of Surrey to build the second hospital. In 2005, Gordon Campbell, Premier at that time, held a campaign event at the site promising to build a second hospital for the people of Surrey, but did nothing, absolutely nothing to build the second hospital at that side after winning the election. And in fact, Madam Speaker, they permanently abandoned the idea in 2014 when they sold the site, Madam Speaker, to their rich friends. And newly elected leader Kevin Falcon was sitting at a cabinet table, Madam Speaker, when the decision to sell the land for the second hospital was made. He was there. And it is very shocking that the BC Liberal members from Surrey remained completely silent and secret at that time when the land was sold to build the second hospital. We are moving forward on a new hospital, Madam Speaker. Budget 2022 allocates $27.4 billion for our capital plan, and that includes building a new hospital and cancer center to meet the needs of the people who live, work, and play in Surrey. Land for the new hospital has already been acquired beside Quentin College in Cloverdale. The business plan for the project was approved last spring. The request for qualification RFQ for the new second hospital and cancer center has been issued. Through the RFP process, Madam Speaker, Fraser Health will identify a short list of up to 3 proponents that will be invited to participate in the next stage competitive selection process, and that is RFP process. That will determine which team will choose to eventually lead the design and construction of the project. But it is shocking, Madam Speaker, my time is running out, that the newly elected leader of BC Liberal Party, Kevin Falcon, during a recent radio interview, this is what he said. I would like to quote that. And he says that the land NDP government acquired for the second hospital in Cloverdale is, and I quote, is not a great location, end quote, for the second hospital, and that would, and I quote again, that he would take a hard look at moving it again. So once again, Madam Speaker, he would delay or cancel the project, or just like before, when Falcon and the Liberals sold off the land,
Thank you,
they're going
Member.
to stop the project. I fully support the budget, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Recognizing the member from Caribou-Kiltron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the previous member for his words. Certainly, I'm going to try to focus on the 2022 budget and certainly the things that have happened over the last year, not referring to that dastardly 16 years, which has become an absolute joke. And I think more British Columbians want to hear what is happening in the coming year than what happened during that time. Because over the last 5 years, the accomplishments that this member has laid out, I think that I will bring some of them into question in the coming moments. I am proud, of course, to speak on behalf of Caribou-Chilcotin, and I bring greetings from that region. I outlined my hopes for the budget in the throne speech, and I'm not shocked to know that many of those hopes have not happened. And Madam Speaker, the hopes that I have are the same or very similar to the ones of people from Caribou-Chilcotin and certainly from people of British Columbia and probably Surrey as well. I'm not the only one that had problems with the budget, and I want to share a few quotes to preface my comments to put it into perspective. Fiona Fanilek from Chamber of Commerce of BC says, the BC Chamber of Commerce is disappointed that the government did not take steps to address the high operating costs associated with doing business in British Columbia, some of which are the result of government policies. Some businesses have been resilient through this pandemic, but that doesn't mean that they're thriving. Many have had to assume significant debt just to keep operating. Madam Speaker, that's end quote, by the way, but Madam Speaker, with respect to groups like the live events producers of this province. When we met with them the other day, their stories are heartbreaking. They have been closed for 2 years. Frankly, they don't care what happened a half-decade ago. They want to understand what is happening now to repair their businesses, to save their finances. The gyms, dance studios, all of those types of businesses that have been forced to close under mandates by this government are desperately awaiting help in the budget of 2022 and didn't see it, Madam Speaker. It's not just businesses. BCTF, these are their quotes. Status quo public education budget for 2022 fails to address critical teacher shortages, inclusive education, ventilation improvements, and more. Terry Mooring, unfortunately, and I quote, unfortunately, in the context of high inflation rates, the overall increase of 3.83% in BC Ed funding is expected to fall short of the high rates of inflation we're seeing. She noted that a number of concerning omissions from today's budget announcement by the Minister of Finance, including no plans to address the critical teacher shortage in BC, which disproportionately affects disabled students and learners with diverse needs, no meaningful changes to address the systematic underfunding of inclusive ed to support equitable access outcomes for students with disabilities and diverse needs. It's certainly a different picture than what we've heard this afternoon, Madam Speaker. CFIB says that the budget provides little for small businesses, hoping to see measures to reduce costs and help with recovery, says the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. The CFIB appreciates the BC government did not introduce some new taxes or additional costs. However, small businesses are still feeling a cost increase from the form of paid sick days, rising property taxes, the employer's health tax, carbon taxes increases, and inflation. So again, a bit of a different outlook from some folks other than myself. I'm going to address the taxes in a moment that they didn't recognize, because there are some for certain. I spoke last week of the fear that is being held in my riding, the shockwaves that have been sent through our communities with respect to bills like Bill 23 and 28 and old growth deferrals. Madam Speaker, at that time, I mentioned the concern that so many of the value-added businesses that have done business for decades in the Cariboo-Chilcotin, and certainly other businesses throughout the province, I mentioned at that time that not only were they fearful, but they have not been able to reach out and receive any serious response from the ministry. Well, they got the response, and now the fear is turning to reality. And these businesses may have to actually send back deposits because they're not in a position to secure logs to build log homes in this province in the next year. It is that dire, and it has been that immediate. So again, a bit of a different picture. Madam Speaker, the Woodlot Federation has also been desperately trying to reach out and understand why they are part of this old growth strategy, when in fact they really are asking for this government to come and look at their properties, look at how they manage the forests, because they feel that we have much to learn. And I've seen some of those, and they are incredibly well done, and I don't disagree. Madam Speaker, these are having serious effects, not just in Cariboo-Chilcotin, but throughout the province. Weeks ago, I read and noted how many businesses are being affected by these forest policies in the Lower Mainland. And I think that the government has admitted where we're going in this budget, because they've actually limited over the coming years, the amount of revenue will be declining by almost $1 billion from the forest sector. The damage that is on the horizon for the forestry sector is serious, and it's significant, and it needs to be noted. The suggestion that the government is simply closing loopholes with respect to taxes, or certainly their thought that they're going to close those loopholes is going to cost British Columbians a significant amount of money. And we heard millions of dollars earlier. They're introducing new taxes, and I don't care how they explain that, but the fact is, new tax on used cars. And I want to spend just a couple of minutes on this. This has been introduced with respect to the purchase price of a used car compared to a determined value of that same car, and that you'll pay tax on that air between. Where have we heard that before? Air tax. The fact is, there's a lot of confusion around this and how it will be calculated. Because for the members that are shaking their head, I would love to hear how, in fact, and who will decide the value of that car. Will it be decided by the insurance broker? Will it be decided somehow by a government tax collector? How will this be decided? Because the cars will be purchased either at car lots or in driveways. And one way or the other, you're going to have to decide the value of that car to determine that tax. If you're going to introduce a tax like that, frankly, I don't want to give the government any ideas, but certainly what happens with a TV that you purchase at 50% off? Are we going to start paying tax on MSRP? It's shocking, really. Tax marketplace items. Now, I understand that this will be a tax on platforms that are able to collect money, but we also know that Facebook is looking at doing exactly that. And so are we going to see a time when somebody puts their used tires up for sale for $500 and we're going to have Facebook collect tax on that? How will that result in the end price for a consumer? And will it be extended to other marketplaces? Will it be extended to flea markets and garage sales? As I said before, I don't want to give the government any more ideas. These are loopholes that the government says they're closing up. Well, a loophole increasing taxes from 7 to 12% on home heating systems that will use older types of fuel, things like natural gas, just simply don't make sense in Carrickbridge-Chilcotin. And they don't make sense in many parts of this province. My home, with a wood-burning stove and a natural gas furnace, can be cold on the coldest night in the Carrickbridge-Chilcotin. But I can tell you that a new high-efficiency natural gas furnace may cost me $5,000 or $6,000 to upgrade from my older system. But I'm going to pay an additional tax and be penalized on that because I don't go to a heating system that might be 3 times that and not work particularly well in my climate. Now, I'll certainly qualify that statement by saying I'm not an expert in heating equipment, but it is concerning to know that I would be shocked if it was even a percentage point in the north that actually use these types of heating systems that have been discounted, and while the rest of the natural gas users in this province will pay an additional tax. And will that be taxed, or will that tax be extended to repairs, parts, etc.? I'm very concerned about that because this will affect so many people. And Madam Speaker, this is all, as I said, loopholes being closed up by the government, but it's coming at a time when expenses and living in this province has become incredibly expensive, at a time when we see not only the price of real estate and fuel and other things rising so swiftly. Why would any government introduce more taxes? Madam Speaker, I was also concerned about the fact that the word rural really was only uttered twice. I think in the throne speech it was said once. I've tried to convey my concerns with respect to things that many British Columbians simply take for granted. Many of us are able to pick up our phones and or a tablet and simply connect to Wi-Fi. Fill out a homeowner grant property form, or the assumption that you could just plug your computer in and simply reach out to your doctor via Zoom or Teams. That is taken for granted in this province rather. The ability to call a tow truck driver after your vehicle is broken down, or worse, heaven forbid, that you have to call 911 and that you need first responders to come to your location. This has not been the case in rural BC, and I can tell you that 5 minutes east of 100 Mile House, 5 minutes west of 100 Mile House, you cannot connect in any way. The same for Williams Lake. 5 minutes east or west, you cannot connect. I am glad that there is more money for connectivity, but it cannot take 5 years to get there. The government is asking us to do too much online. The government is asking us to do too much online, to not provide that service to all British Columbians. And in rural BC, it is a significant challenge. Madam Speaker, I spoke about my hopes that we would see funding remain for families that are dealing with the serious challenges of autism. When I talk about the serious challenges, I have had the pleasure, actually, of going to Blue Sky Autism in Lone Butte, and I've seen their connection, and I've seen their commitment to people, parents, families, and children that drive hours to get to their location. It's an incredible place to witness the care that is provided by this facility. When we talk about hubs being in areas like Kamloops or Prince George or other centres that are larger, I have to point out that in rural BC, a place like Anaheim Lake is 3.5 hours west of Williams Lake. It is a long ways out there. And they're being serviced now by people from Williams Lake in some cases, and certainly in Lone Butte with respect to Blue Sky Autism. And they can make that drive, and they have made an unbelievable commitment to get service for their children, for their family. But to take that and put that any further away will be an absolute impossibility for these people to access this care. And I sincerely hope that the government will reconsider what so many have asked them to reconsider. And Madam Speaker, last week we heard in this House how great this new system will be. But I am here to tell you that I have talked to dozens of people in my riding, had the pleasure of meeting with hundreds online, and I have yet to hear from anyone that has said this will be better. Now, I can appreciate that there are families that are looking forward to getting some of that funding, but it should not come at the cost of the families that are currently being helped. I've spoke about this before with respect to keeping keepsakes at my back door and keeping a bag of packed clothes and such, because the possibility of evacuation is more and more real all the time. And I have had to evacuate in 2017. Fortunately, last year I did not. There are a number of dollars that have been allotted this year, and again, I'm happy to see that. But I want to talk about emergency response just for a moment, because I think there are a number of different things that could fall into that category, Madam Speaker. The first one, of course, is a simple response to either wildfire or flood. Now, we're just about to freshet season in Caribou-Chilcotin. We can see that it's warming up, and I can see that the San Jose River and other water bodies are already above their banks, and they're not unfrozen yet. So I know that that is going to be a serious issue in the coming weeks. But it's not just the response, to flooding or fire. Last year in the Caribou-Chilcotin, we were outgunned. We were told that we had the resources that we needed to fight the fires. And yet, consistently, over that period of time, We heard from private contractors throughout this country. I heard from them as far away as Saskatchewan. Certainly I heard from them from Alberta that wanted to work in this province but could not be hired for whatever reason. And while we're not here to debate that, we are here to debate what the future looks like. And I am making a plea for more resources. I know that in the budget, there's an allotment for funds that will allow us to do year-round work in BC wildfire. And I'm not sure what that looks like, because we do year-round mitigation now. I hope that that is not going to be a situation of bureaucracy and such. I hope, genuinely hope, that this money will go to resources to helping fight fire. Because last year we saw times when there were dozens of fires in the Caribou-Chilcotin and 12 or 13 or 14 helicopters. When you see a fire that is 4,000 hectares and BC Wildfire has listed 6 or 8 people working on that fire, does that sound to anybody in this place like that is a well-resourced fire? And when you know that it's a kilometer or 2 or 3 away from your community or your home, trust me, it is unsettling. The other response that I'm talking about now is after the water recedes and after the fires are out. I am advocating currently for a rancher in the South Caribou that we are stuck in the cracks of a system that is extremely complex and extremely slow to react. And for this rancher, BC Wildfire actually lit controlled fires that burned parts of his ranch. Now, he didn't say to not light it. He just wants it acknowledged that that was a part of fighting fire. But he needs to be compensated because the province we burned in the act of protecting ourselves and fighting against fire, we burned parts of his ranch. Trees, winter feed, summer feed. We burned fence lines. We need a much quicker response after the fact. And we need it for our Crown lands as well. Because our Crown lands must be replanted. The fences must be fixed. And you cannot wait a year on this. So I certainly hope that some of these funds are destined for that kind of a response. And it's not shocking to hear that that response has been slow. The people of Lytton are still waiting months, 7 months, 8 months after the fact. Last week we were advocating for temporary housing in Princeton. Insurers are desperate to get some of this work going because their clients, the residents of this province, the taxpayers of this province, have limits. And because of inflation, that dollar is not going to go as far. So trust me, they're worried too. Madam Speaker, we have had a number of horrifying new phrases introduced in the last year or two. And when you think about things like heat domes and flash freeze, atmospheric rivers, last week the Williams Lake Tribune had a post about thunder snow. Imagine that. The next event is lurking around the corner. I'm fearful that it's Frechette. And the fact is, we must be far more committed to being ready for these events in the future. It would be hard for me, with respect to the work that I'm talking about on our Crown lands and after the fact, it would be hard for me to be convinced that it's not having a very serious effect in a number of different ways on our landscape. And what I'm referring to are areas that I have talked about before. Places like Dog Creek Road, White Road, Frizzy Road have all been forgotten by the governments at all levels. And when I refer to these areas, I need to put it into perspective that there are people that have had to leave their home because the land is slipping. Their homes have come off their footings. In the case of Frizzy Road, the Bednar's family is losing their business slowly. It's just falling into the river valley. And this is because of a change on the landscape. And it must be noted that this work is incredibly important because when we look at areas that have been burnt, they do not recover on their own for years. And it is creating an absolute nightmare of water all throughout my riding for certain. I can't speak to other areas on that, but that is why it is extremely important. We talked a little bit, the previous speaker talked about the care system, the healthcare system, and the great strides that we've made and improvements in the last little while. I want to say this with absolute no disrespect to the people that are working in healthcare, because I have a daughter that is an incredible nurse and cares so much about her patients, and I have been treated by nurses that care so much. But our healthcare system, I am seeing a far different vision of what I'm hearing in some of these budget speeches. We have advocated for people that are stuck again in the system. I've had the help of the ministry, in fact, to try to get those people through the system, and it has not ended well for some of these taxpayers. Last week, the 100 Mile House Free Press reported, I want to congratulate the Doyles on the birth of their new baby Liam, but during the course of that birth, they found themselves waiting for an ambulance in a very serious emergency situation for nearly an hour and a half, while volunteer firefighters stayed by their side to comfort them. The ambulance was not available. It just simply was not available in 100 Mile, and it had to come from Clearwater, 130 or 40 kilometers away. It's a much different picture in rural BC when it comes to healthcare. We have had shortages of not only staff, but hours in the hospital. Can you imagine pulling on the front doors of Vancouver General Hospital and they don't open because they're locked? Because that, Madam Speaker, has happened in rural BC. So I do not see that that is not a serious situation, and it's not the picture that's being painted by the government. This is something that is happening consistently in rural BC. And while we're talking about healthcare, I'm happy to see that the hospital is still on the books, obviously, in Williams Lake. And I'm sure people are excited about that. But I do have concerns about the project itself, certainly in light of what we have seen with respect to inflation and rising costs throughout the province. The number of, I think it's $219 million, has not increased. And I looked at other projects that have been on the books for a while now as well, and they haven't increased either. And my fear, Madam Speaker, is that we are desperately underpriced in some of these projects, and that while we're projecting large cost overruns, are we going to see these projects come in on time, on budget, or are we going to see very heavy cost overruns? Because I'm very fearful of that. Madam Speaker, the last thing I want to talk about is near and dear to many people in my riding, and that is wildlife. Now, we have been lobbied. I'm sure that every person in this House has received letters from people asking us to use science, asking us to use science-based decisions to make any kind of a decision when it comes to wildlife. And I can respect that in the past we've discussed about the possibility that the public has been able to convince us to make decisions that perhaps were not science-based. And I want to encourage the government to reconsider those thoughts. When we make decisions about limited entry hunting in the Peace regions, when we make decisions about grizzly bear hunting or anything else in this province, we cannot listen to different special interest groups. We have to pay attention to the science because it is affecting us in a massive way. I have information from the same ministry with respect to moose in my riding, and to be honest, I can't figure it out. One says that they are there's an absolutely abundant supply, and the other one, just from a few years back, says there's not. Again, I'm not an expert, Madam Speaker, and all I can tell you is that I get a sense that there are not as many as we think. And we are not making these decisions based on science. I've had it admitted to me, actually in estimates as well, for the record. We must use science to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, I do have concerns. I'm looking forward to questions in estimates in the coming weeks, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to represent Caribou-Chilcotin here today. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Vernon-Monashee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Before I begin my response, I would like to acknowledge that today I am standing and speaking to all of you from the unceded and traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking nations, today known as and represented by Esquimalt and Songhees nations. And I do thank them for their stewardship of this land. Madam Speaker, I also want to express my thoughts and send prayers to people of Ukraine. I cannot believe that this is happening in 2022. We have learned from our history that war hurts many innocent people, even the troops and their families from both sides. And war leaves devastating impacts for years to come on many generations. I stand united with everyone and pray for peace on earth. And my response to budget, Madam Speaker, it is my honor to be standing here as an MLA for people of Vernon-Monashee, and I am always truly grateful for that opportunity. And I wholeheartedly speak in favor of Budget 2022. We all know that last year has been tougher and more challenging even than 2020, as we faced ongoing pandemic with rising cases, new variants, ongoing opioid crisis, more loss of lives than fires, heat dome, floods, and major damage to the roads and infrastructure. I can imagine how challenging it must have been for the Finance Minister, Treasury Board, and staff to create this budget while they kept people at the front and center of their decision-making by continued focus on improving vital services, investments, and infrastructure, climate action, and economic recovery, while ensuring not to implement any cuts on vital services or layoff. Our BC NDP government had to step in to deal with crisis after crisis during the most challenging times in province's history, and needed to invest in people, businesses, tourism industry, healthcare, mental health, and recovery after major catastrophic events. I am
Member,
proud.
just a moment, please. Could I remind members to wear their masks properly? Thank you. Please go. Please proceed. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you. I am proud that despite many challenges, our government has done a great job. And it's not only me who's saying that for being a member of government, Madam Speaker. I get many calls, cards, and emails from constituents who applaud the work of our BC NDP government. I will read a small part of one of those emails. This message is from one of my constituents, James, and I quote, MLA Sandhu, as the democratically elected member of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia for my riding, I am writing to you to convey my thanks and support for the way your party has handled this pandemic. You managed to balance the fine and public health, the economy, and social pressure. And for that, most of us are grateful, end quote. And this email was very kind and long, but I only sharing one quote. Madam Speaker, despite the challenges we have faced and unprecedented significant investments our government had to make to support people, services, and economy, this budget provides record level of capital spending that will strengthen BC economic recovery and support opportunities across the province by building environmental, social, and economic planning directly into capital investments. We are ensuring a future where all British Columbians have the opportunity to thrive. Whether it means more affordable childcare spaces, more accessible green transportation, options for equal opportunities for employment, investments into BC's infrastructure are working to build stronger BC. Over the next 3 years, taxpayer-supported capital spending will total $27.4 billion, helping to create 100,000 well-paying jobs in communities throughout BC, reduce our infrastructure carbon footprint through low-carbon building technologies, designs, and practices, and green transportation, create employment and apprenticeship training opportunities in local communities, particularly for traditionally underrepresented groups who want to build a career in the trades, advance reconciliation with Indigenous people, ensure access to services people depend on, like healthcare services, safe places for kids to learn, support our trade corridor and business to keep goods and people moving. The capital plan grows our province's social, economic, and environmental strengths, setting BC up to work through the challenges ahead and build our economic resilience. Under flooded recovery and fires, Madam Speaker, we are investing $2.1 billion to build back better from fires and floods and to protect people and communities from future climate-related disasters. That includes $1.5 billion in funding to rebuild from last year's floods and wildfires, and more than $600 million to strengthen our readiness and respond to future wildfires, floods, and extreme weather events. Madam Speaker, my riding and some people from my riding in Vernon, Monashee, and Okanagan, people were affected by fires. And as I was driving last week, thinking spring is coming, got very excited. And then I started to worry about what will summer hold for us. And I was hoping that we won't have to face fires or similar catastrophic events as we did in 2021. And these investments, this $2.1 billion investment, it brings back the hope, and I am hopeful and optimistic that we will see the difference. And as Premier said, that we should focus on fighting fires all year long, and this provides me great reassurance. It is ironic to hear criticism from members of the opposition who seem to be so confused during question period when they criticize our government for not spending enough or more, and then later in budget speeches and on social media like Twitter, and criticizing our government for spending too much on services like childcare, health, housing, and to support people in general. I understand it is their job to criticize, and they do need to show people that they are doing their job, and but what is problematic, Madam Speaker, the confusion and lack of clarity or facts. Many people ask me this question, and they're actively asking, what is happening with BC Liberals? Why are they so wishy-washy and not able to make their mind? I'm not saying this, Madam Speaker. These are the words from people of BC. Last week, member from Surrey White Rock was speaking, and I got the message on Wednesday, February 23rd, from a constituent who happened to watch the speech, and I quote this message. Again, it's not my words, and here is the quote. I quote, "I am just laughing listening to this guy about the childcare. He has to do more homework." End quote. There is another line I won't read because I think that was a little bit too harsh, so I put that in brackets. I will show respect, so I won't read that. So people are noticing. And because members say that people talk to people. So member can heckle all they want. Previous speakers said we need to talk to people, and this is what exactly I'm sharing, and I shared 2 examples, and I'll share one more at the end about childcare. Because if you're looking for stories are around you. So when you try to discourage others not to tell the positive sides of budget and the work we've done, then I think people find to heckle, which is not the way. If you want to work, we're telling what we're doing, you tell what you are doing and what you stand for instead of taking very confusing stance, and people are confused. Member was also saying that daycare centers are closing on February 23rd again. I was so confused as my constituency of Vernon Monashi is getting hundreds of childcare spaces, hundreds. And I had the honor to do groundbreaking, Madam Speaker, for new childcare centers in Vernon and Coldstream, along with our local leaders. In fact, one of the new ones in Vernon is close to completion and is well within the budget, and it's in the news article again if members are chuckling. Not only that, but I also got the invite to go for an opening ceremony this week, Monday, for a brand new, amazing new private childcare center. So people from that sector are also seeing the opportunity, and the owner is so grateful for the affordable our investments, and he's also opening this private daycare space. So of course they see the opportunity. Perhaps members of the BC Liberal Caucus need to do their homework, and instead of heckling, as mentioned by constituents, to look around, as people are noticing these confusing messages. You do that, and what just happened? Do it more. You can heckle all you want. You can heckle all you want. You had the opportunity
please
to share
address
your
the
response.
chair.
Truth is always bitter, and I understand it's hard to swallow, but that didn't deter me. Some members of the opposition say that we have not kept our promises, but according to independent study published by CBC, again in September 2022, we fulfilled over 80% promises from 2017 to 2020, just within 3 years. And again, I don't make up stuff like some members do here. I do my homework, and people know, and we have facts, and you can look it up yourself. And we continue to do more, despite having to deal with unforeseen circumstances, and we're working hard towards building a better province. Once again, people see it all. In that case, they see the desperation by sharing false information and opposition's failed attempt to relate to people. When you say one thing and stand for another, people clearly see that. And I am glad they do. People have not forgotten BC Liberals' cuts and austerity followed by massive privatization. So people, when they're listening, they find it's ironic for the same people to pretend to stand up for the same services they slashed. Healthcare is still bleeding. I would say it's still bleeding due to the decades and half underfunding, cuts, massive layoffs, and privatization, which our BC NDP government is diligently trying to fix because we're big supporters of well-supported healthcare. Member, you can heckle all you want. This is 17 years long healthcare worker who worked through those cuts. And family working in healthcare right now, we see when cuts are implemented, we see when services are added, and I have family members, daughter and husband, they're still here, seeing the difference how well when you're supported and when you're not. Others incomplete information BC Liberals are spreading to people about PST on used vehicles without sharing the details. Let me share some facts and background information so people of Vernon Monashi know. The government is making changes to counteract tax evasions in private vehicle transactions. Starting October 1, 2022, BC will align other provinces by making change in how the PST is calculated when they declare the price is well below the expected value. The PST will apply to the higher of either the declared purchase price and the average wholesale value according to an industry standard price guide. For fairness, purchaser will also have the option to show an appraisal if their specific vehicle is worth less than average wholesale value. The change is expected to capture $15 million in tax revenue that was previously being lost to the underreporting of vehicle purchase values. This is not new tax. PST has always been on used cars. It is a change to bring us into the line with most other provinces are already doing. We're not increasing taxes on used vehicles, Madam Speaker. We are addressing issues with the underreporting of the purchase price of used vehicles from private sales. Budget 2022 clearly focused to address this many issues we have and focus on serving people And here in the Okanagan, we are seeing lots of investments, and some investments in my riding you will hear about, but in surrounding communities you will not hear from the members of opposition, so I'll briefly touch upon. Kamloops Rural Inland Hospital. New patient care tower will better access to care for more people in community through 107 new beds and new larger operating rooms and expanded emergency department. The project will be completed in 2025. Kelowna General Hospital, an expansion to imaging facilities and new PET and CT equipment will help support shorter wait times for diagnostic imaging for patients. Again, expected to be completed in 2022. Penticton Regional Hospital, a new 6-story patient care tower and parkade will include an ambulatory care center, surgical services, and new space for UBC Faculty of Medicine, expected to be completed this year, 2022. We also got new nurse practitioner in Lumbee, and I am sure that we will continue to build on the progress we're making, and my communities in Vernon and Monashee will continue to benefit from such investments. Our government have also added 602 seats for nursing courses into our post-secondary institutions. And the best option is it includes the options of bridging program. CARES can do LPN and LPNs can bridge from to become an RN. So this will help to train nurses faster. And it will help them to grow in their profession. Not only that, Madam Speaker, BC NDP government also added 20 respiratory seats and 17 anesthesia assistant seats at TRU in Kamloops. It is no secret that once government implement cuts, secretly take away taxpayers' money from crown corporations to create illusionary balanced budget on the backs of hardworking people, system and structure then fall apart like healthcare and other services people rely on. This comes with serious consequences. We all seen, and I have seen it firsthand. People lose lives due to these gaps in the system. Whether members of the opposition agree or not, but the reality is that historic investments to support mental health initiatives has helped a lot of people. Yes, we need to continue to build on the progress because prior to 2017, under BC Liberal government, we had no consistent supports or investments in place. In fact, they closed Riverview Hospital's mental health facility overnight, which left hundreds of vulnerable people on the street with nowhere to go and no place to take care of them. So this is all about choices. And our government also understands the economy is only sustainable when we have healthy and thriving communities and supported society. It is not one versus the other. We know that the small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of communities, and economy runs on the backs of workers. So therefore, we need to look after both aspects and support everyone. Madam Speaker, it is all about priorities. Our priority is people, sustainable jobs and climate action focused on economy with equal opportunities and services. So we can continue to build stronger province by leaving no one behind. So taxes and choices, I know it was about in the past I've heard one member repeatedly about the tax on Netflix and bubbly drinks and complaining. And then I've been thinking about if you can afford those bubbly drinks and Netflix, perhaps you can pay the tax and that tax can be invested in services. Nobody dies without having bubbly drink or watching Netflix, but people die without having proper services. So the other thing is members don't like when we say what happened in the past and what got us where we are. I will share one example, and I can only share related to my profession. Say I worked a shift and I forgot to give patient a very important medication at 6 p.m. before leaving, and then nurse for night shift come on at 7, and patient has serious consequences and perhaps close to dying. So the nurse is running around, having to deal with this event and trying to make this, help this patient so patient doesn't lose life. So would I be at the fault or the nurse who's trying to clean the mess that I've left? So answer is clear. So there is no need to feel very offended. In fact, let's try to find ways to work together. So, Madam Speaker, now I'll highlight that in housing sector in Vernon, there are major investments are being made. We have built and underway 460 different housing units. There are massive investments in Kelowna, Penticton, and I have all the numbers, but I won't take too much of time explaining every number of units under which category and dollar figure, but there have been progress being made. And I have been told by individuals, Madam Speaker, and stakeholders that they have never seen. And those individuals were not even historically BC&DP supporters, but they have told me that they have not seen the record number of investments in Vernon, Monashi, and area, which they have seen since 2017. And they're openly talking, whether it's social media or wherever, and to personally, and it's very encouraging. So it's okay to appreciate what's done right. So post-secondary education, Madam Speaker, Kelowna Vernon Seminar as 376 new student housing, and in Vernon it's the first ever student housing that is being built at Okanagan College, and 60 units at Seminar campus. And this project is a mass timber project that is supported through $68 million in capital funding and to be completed in 2023. Education in sector, our government has made investments in Penticton, Francophone community schools, and permanent, now families will have permanent school home for their school community. Kamloops, the replacement of Parkrest Elementary after the fire loss, with addition to 120 new spaces, which is scheduled to be completed by September 2024, which includes neighborhood learning center with childcare spaces in the community. Kamloops is also getting additional 525 seats for students at Valley View Secondary. Kelowna, we're getting new school for 750 students, is now complete. Vernon, we had expansion of BX Elementary School. The government of BC provided $11.1 million for 240 seats addition at BX Elementary, nearly doubling the size of school. And we have made transport and infrastructure. I'm only highlighting the Okanagan region because other members have shared other investments across the province. So in Sicamous, Highway 1, R.W. Bruin Bridge, replacing the R.W. Bruin Bridge on Highway 1 in Sicamous will provide people with more reliable and safer transportation options. This project will be completed in 2025. In Chase and Seminar West, we're creating 4-lane sections of Highway 1 near both communities, is expected to be completed in 2023. Madam Speaker, I have been hearing from people since my election, as I mentioned, that they have never seen the record number of investments at this scale before 2017. And I have heard from individuals and people from different political stripes and from nonprofit organizations, stakeholders, and investors who I regularly meet. Last night, I saw a social media post from Margaret, and I quote, "The BC&DP definitely delivering on their promise of affordable, safe, quality childcare. Big win for children and families," end quote. Margaret further writes in the bracket, I quote, "Not to mention everyone else, because if we don't have a childcare, we don't have workers," end quote. At the end, I conclude my remarks, Madam Speaker, by saying thank you to the Minister of Finance and her team for their hard work, and I thank people of Vernon Monashi for their resilience, ongoing kindness, showing great community spirit, and for giving me the opportunity to be your MLA. I also encourage all of you to contact our office if you have any questions regarding budget or any other concerns. We'll be happy to provide you factual information, and we will be happy to bust some misinformation. I would say let's unite together and stand strong for peace in the world. And take care, stay safe, stay healthy, be kind to yourself and others. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me and giving me the opportunity to speak in response of this budget. I wholeheartedly support Budget 2022. Appreciate that.
Recognizing the member from Skeena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my pleasure to get up on behalf of Skeena and respond to the budget. Affordability seems to be the key topic in this budget. And affordability has been talked about for the last 5 years at least by this NDP government. And it's always about the promises of affordability, but unfortunately, those promises, like every other promise, has been broken. Especially when we're talking about 20 plus new taxes or increased taxes that has made affordability a dream for most British Columbians. If it's not increased taxes and new taxes, it's the downloading of costs down onto the business community. And everybody knows when a business community gets a new cost, that's just added on, that's passed on to the consumer or the ratepayer. This on top of the inflation that's projected to be anywhere from 5 to 7% for all Canadians, including British Columbians, on top of what's being proposed already for the new taxes coming down the pike that was just mentioned in this latest budget by this NDP government. In fact, if anything, this is probably the most unaffordable time in BC history. And this government is just getting started. As we heard in the budget, houses which were unaffordable 2 years ago are going to become more unaffordable. Gasoline, diesel, unaffordable. And as prices go up for gasoline and diesel, food prices, like we've seen in the past few years, are going to continue to go up, making life even more unaffordable for British Columbians. So much for the promise to fix fuel prices that was made by the Premier a few years ago. We do know that they made a complete listing of all the fuel prices across BC that I don't know how that was supposed to make fuel affordable. But at the same time, this NDP government opposed the twinning of the Trans Mountain pipeline that was bringing crude oil to refineries in Washington, as well as refineries in Vancouver, that could have made the supply of gasoline even cheaper today for British Columbians. And we got a good look at what it means for a shortage of gasoline and diesel when the washouts of the highways actually made the Lower Mainland put gasoline and diesel on rations. I have never in my lifetime known gasoline or diesel to be rationed. Not only did it show how susceptible our supply chain is to fuel, but also how reliant we still are on gasoline and diesel in all parts of BC, including Vancouver Island. Vancouver Island gets all their gasoline shipped in. At any given time, they've only got 3 days of supply of gasoline and diesel to actually carry over the whole island. So if any supply chain is actually disrupted for a long period of time, Vancouver Island is in a bad spot. But as we see the broken promise of affordability go out the window again for British Columbians, it strikes me as one of the original supporters of LNG in BC back in 2004, when we had 18 LNG project proposals on the books for BC. And it was actually First Nations that joined together in 2004, created a group called the First Nations Limited Partnership, and went to lobby the provincial government to actually support LNG in BC. It wasn't the other way around, like I've said before in this House. But today it just dawned on me that the energy issue in BC is wide open for politics. It's wide open for rhetoric. And this is to the detriment of British Columbians. There is no energy policy in British Columbia. None. Except when it comes to actually making fuel and home heating costs go higher for British Columbians, especially those in the north and in the colder climates. We're fortunate in Skeena in the last couple of years during COVID because we took a hit economic-wise just like everybody else, but we had an industrial base. We had the aluminum smelter, and we had LNG Canada. Retail, like small businesses all across BC, took a huge hit. And we have, just like everybody across BC, we have a lot of businesses that closed their doors forever, which is pretty sad. Because small businesses, like it's been said many times in this House, is the backbone of BC. It's the backbone of our society. And yet, all across BC, we saw not only with restaurants, we also saw tourism companies actually go under when the cruise ship industry was ignored by this government. But when we're talking about affordability, energy is the foundation of affordability in British Columbia. Might I say even Canada. It affects everything. And so to leave energy in the political realm actually brings us down a road that I don't think British Columbians want to travel down. And you've only got to look at Europe right now to see what Europe's going through to know that it's time to stop talking politics about energy. Specifically Germany. Germany, who decided to actually go down the road of eliminating not only fossil fuels but nuclear energy. Now we find out that Europe is on the verge of designating natural gas as a clean energy, because now they know the mistake they made in terms of shutting down natural gas and nuclear power plants, because their people are suffering for it. The people are suffering for the political decisions to shut down natural gas sources and nuclear energy. It's not their leaders that are suffering. It's not their government that are suffering. It's not the politicians that are suffering. It's the German citizens and the European citizens who are paying anywhere from 5 to 6 times higher home heating bills than normal. This during one of the coldest winters on record for Europe. And that's not all. This crisis that we're seeing right now in Ukraine, it's an invasion from one country to another. But there's a lot more at stake here. There's a lot more being talked about over there, because one country's got resources that another country wants. And when you think about Europe and the energy crisis they're going through, mainly, I mean, we're not talking about a shortage of energy in general. We're not talking about that, because there's lots of energy sources all around the world, especially here in BC, especially when we're talking about LNG. We're talking about a political decision to limit energy sources being used by the European citizens. And what places like Germany did by going down a political road of eliminating natural gas as a clean energy source, they actually became dependent on another country for fuel sources to heat their homes. When one jurisdiction becomes dependent on another jurisdiction, they are at the mercy of that other jurisdiction. I think that is what we're actually seeing in Europe right now. And that's why there's a call out to the rest of the world to actually help Europe with the supply of natural gas, to help offset the dependency that Europe has on Russia, because Russia can turn off the taps anytime. And Russia, when they're talking about their LNG sources or their crude oil sources or their resources in general, they don't have the same environmental standards that we do here in BC. They just don't. And I think that's what the conversation is happening in this House when we're talking about BC LNG being clean, safe, and ethical. I mean, BC leads many jurisdictions all around the world in terms of high environmental standards and employee rights. And now, Europe is trying to play catch-up. Germany is now quickly going to build 2 LNG terminals to address the negative impact of the Ukraine crisis. They've got to act fast. But they are proposing to move much faster than what we're doing here in BC. We got LNG Canada across the finish line. Yes, the BC Liberals did 95% of the lifting, the heavy lifting, and the BC NDP government actually got it over the finish line, the remaining 5%, by giving LNG Canada the biggest tax break in BC history under the PST, by giving them a break on carbon tax at $30 a ton, at getting rid of the LNG tax that the BC Liberals had proposed. This is quite ironic because right now the NDP government are actually proposing to actually increase taxes on fossil fuels and home heating fuels for British Columbians. And meanwhile, the energy minister said in this House that the BC Liberals were actually in bed with the oil and gas industry. The BC Liberals wanted that LNG tax. They wanted that PST revenue for BC. And they certainly didn't propose a carbon tax at $30 a ton when the rest of British Columbians are going to get taxed at $170 a ton pretty soon, pretty quickly. It wasn't the BC Liberals that proposed that or approved it for that matter. It was the NDP government. So to say that, to mention that somebody in his house is in bed with the oil and gas industry, perhaps the energy minister should look in the mirror. BC natural gas is not only key to our own economy and emissions, but it's key to many countries who need cleaner fuels from a stable, non-aggressive jurisdiction like BC. That's why it makes more sense than ever now to have a clean energy policy. I mean, you got to consider that overall, with the politics and rhetoric in BC, it's okay to ship LNG to the United States so the United States can export LNG to Asia, but it's not okay for BC to develop their own export terminals outside of LNG Canada and export LNG from BC directly to Asia. That doesn't make sense. And given the economics of this, there's no reason why BC couldn't be exporting LNG right now to Europe. Anything's possible in a crisis, and I think Europe really could use BC's help, especially the citizens. And that's just one part of our economy. And when we're talking about economy, an economy actually addresses a lot of the issues that I've actually tried to address ever since 2004, specifically lifting people out of poverty. And we're talking about individuals and families. Here in BC, we're going the opposite direction. We're actually shutting down the forestry industry all across BC. And who's going to get hit hardest? It's going to be people in places like North Vancouver Island. And I heard the conversation about how this NDP government is going to transition these workers into other jobs. What jobs? The tourism economy was ignored when the cruise ships decided not to stop in BC ports. The fish farm industry in North Vancouver Island is going to get taken away by the Canadian government. But let's not forget who actually got the ball rolling on getting rid of fish farms in North Island in the first place. It was the NDP, this current NDP government. When they mentioned to the fish farms up there that the actual tenure for their fish farms actually laid in the hands of the BC government, which is true. But once the BC government understood that Canada was going to shut down the fish farms in North Island, this government went silent. Nobody's standing up for jobs or families in North Island. 18,000 jobs in the forestry sector alone will get lost. 18,000 families not knowing if they'll stay in BC. And where do they get transitioned to? A forestry worker or a fish farm worker making anywhere from $350 to $400 a day is going to transition to what? Where are they going to work? Because Tim Hortons today, a job there is a great entry-level job, but it won't pay a mortgage in today's housing market. Now, when the average house price is anywhere from $800,000 to $1.2 million just for a house, where's that transition job going to go to? It won't go to manufacturing, because guess what? The login deferrals that you're talking about will actually shut down manufacturing jobs all across BC, including Surrey. The same goes for the fish farms. In my last speech, I mentioned how fish farm technology could save salmon, specifically steelhead, which is in danger of going extinct. The member of Stikine, by way of Twitter, ridiculed that, made no mention of the jobs, made no mention of the steelhead, or any other salmon for that matter. Made no mention of it. So what I offered to do was actually go back up to North Island and explore it, because the fish farm companies are the ones that told me they could utilize the newest technology to help salmon, wild salmon, succeed in British Columbia. I'll go back and I'll walk through those plants, I'll talk to those workers, I'll talk to those First Nations, and I'll confirm whether or not they were telling the truth in terms of what their technology could do for wild salmon. But you're talking about more jobs. Just in North Island alone for one company, 6,000 jobs are going to be lost, and nobody's standing up for them. 6,000 families are going to have to determine their future. Nobody's standing up for them, not even their own MLAs. Not to mention that fish farms in North Island actually contribute over $500 million to the economy. $500 million. They contribute a tax base to the communities. They contribute revenues to this government, so this government can use it on programs. The largest agriculture exporter in BC, and this government is happy enough to be quiet about it. Quiet about the families who will have to consider where their children finish their schools. And has this House ever considered the pressure that would be taken off wild salmon if you actually go back and take a good look at the facts and science behind fish farms to begin with? % of salmon in BC is actually supplied by fish farms. When this supply is taken away, more pressure will be put on wild salmon stocks, because the world is growing, the population is growing, and they need protein. They want protein. If you take away this supply, then that idea of Alaskan fisheries intercepting BC-bound salmon is going to get worse. You can't stop the hunger for food in a world that has a growing population. We're being very short-sighted in terms of the resources that BC has to offer the world, not to mention the benefits that can come back to British Columbia itself. And when we're talking about fish farms, and the comment made by Stikine on Twitter in relation to my comments made in the House, nobody has talked about Kitasoo. I know Kitasoo is Klemtu. It's a small village on the coast of British Columbia. It's in the North Coast riding. They've had a fish farm for over 17 years. And they have a plant right inside their community to process the product that comes from their own fish farm. They're going to get shut down. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's standing up for them. And when they get shut down, what's left for them? I'll tell you what's left for them. Indian Act welfare. That's what it is. That's all this community has in terms of jobs and revenues. And reconciliation doesn't mean anything. The word means nothing unless you're lifting Aboriginals out of poverty and getting them away from the horrible social issues that they've been facing. It means nothing. Everybody across Canada knows what it means to have a job when you're trying to address unemployment, poverty. But do you know how it addresses suicides? Read a report from across Canada, anyone, and talk about what these First Nations leaders are trying to do and what they're trying to address. They're not trying to address reconciliation. They're trying to stop their kids from going to government care. They're trying to stop their members from going to prison or keep them out of prison. That's what they're doing. If you're not addressing that, the word reconciliation means nothing. It's actually a shameful term if you're not actually addressing the social issues that elected First Nation leaders have been trying to address for the better part of 20 years. And I do understand that the fish farm effort is actually getting undermined and actually will get wiped out of BC by the federal government. I understand that. But there is such a thing as lobbying. And I do know that this provincial government has lobbied the federal government in the past. In this case here, where we're talking about forestry, we're talking about mining, we're talking about fish farms or LNG, all we need to do is actually lobby the federal government. In the same way that this legislature lobbied the federal government to get rid of tariffs on modulars built in China for the LNG Canada project. Got rid of the tariffs to make LNG Canada possible. That was the result of lobbying. There is no reason why this government can't go to Ottawa and actually lobby on behalf of those workers that are going to lose their jobs and their life, their lifetime dreams in North Island. In terms of where we're heading, the Ukrainian flag was raised outside the legislature. And many of us are wondering, what can we really do to make a difference? And I think today we made it clear in terms of what the options are. When we're talking about the pension plans that actually invest in Russia companies to actually help finance war, we can actually pull that back. We can pull back that mandate. But we can also help Europe get off Russian LNG. We can help India get off coal. We can get China off coal. We get them all off coal by shipping them a clean energy alternative. That's where we can make a difference, a huge difference, because the stranglehold that Russia has over Germany and European countries is the same type of stranglehold that coal has on the developing countries. You can't stop the need for energy. You can't stop it. Especially when you think about India and China, where their citizens want the same standard of living as what we take for granted here in Canada, here in BC. So we have a duty, we have a moral duty to help out the world. And all we need to do is fast track the 7 projects currently in BC that are waiting for permits. We can actually help change the politics around the world, because energy is foundational to everything that we do. So the question is, will this government actually pick up on this? LNG Canada is a good start. 6,000 million tons of LNG just for the first 2 trains alone that were actually approved in this legislature. But let's not forget, LNG Canada's project was actually proposed to ship out 26 million tons of LNG. We need those other 2 trains approved, and we need it approved quickly. I didn't even know that actually only 2 trains that had been approved until last year. I thought all 4 trains were approved. Why would LNG Canada only build 2 trains that just covers the costs? That doesn't make sense. All 4 trains totaling 26 million tons are ready to go, ready to be built. Somebody's got to answer to that. It's either going to be the government or it's either going to be LNG Canada to understand why 26 million tons are not actually being shipped over to Asia as originally planned. So really, it's something I think everybody's heard over the last 30 years, think locally or act, what is it, internationally, or is it act globally, and I don't even know what the term is. Anybody know what the term is? Think globally, act locally. Thank you, the member from Langara, Vancouver Langara. Because we've talked a lot about electric cars, and yet we've never talked about what will actually make electric cars a permanent part of our future, and where BC can play its part. We've got a lot of mineral resources that we can utilize for batteries. And I see in the budget that there was a celebration of $700 million in mining exploration, like that meant something. Exploration is a crucial step in terms of determining what's in the ground. But really what you got to do is approve those mining permits so we can get that out of the ground and into the manufacturing facilities to make these batteries for the electric car future. $700 million in mining exploration means nothing unless we put a shovel in the ground. Never mind that we haven't quite figured out what to do with these batteries once they're expended, or for that matter, how to make them more affordable. But in terms of how to actually help out the electric car future, we've got to address that. I mean, we're thinking about what it takes to put up a communication tower on top of a mountain, for example. A communication tower on top of a mountain to help service a mining operation. 140 days waiting period. That's crazy. Especially when you consider there's already 2 communications towers there right now. But we've got to study it. For a world that needs our resources, whether we're talking about the mineral resources or LNG, is there any appetite for BC to become part of the global solution? If there is, we got to reconsider how 140 days has to be amended to put up a communication tower beside 2 existing towers. That doesn't make any sense. This goes the same when we're talking about energy. It's the same thing we're talking about, whether we're talking about fertilizers or plastics, products that come from LNG, things that we could be doing better in terms of making sure we also export LNG to countries that need them, but also considering a value-added industry coming from LNG, making fertilizer from LNG here in BC, instead of shipping it to another country and then buying that fertilizer back from them. We could actually develop a plastics industry here instead of shipping overseas and then buying the end product. But we've got to get away from this energy dependence. We got to get away from it. We got great hydroelectricity, I agree with that. But the idea of getting rid of the clean energy program, like what this government talked about last year, and then buying electricity off the North American grid, when we know for a fact that energy on the North American grid is actually fueled by coal? Brown power. That doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense. If we don't consider energy independence, then we're going to actually lapse into energy poverty. And this is what Europe's going through. They're dependent. And ask any elected chief and council what it's like to be dependent. Dependent on somebody else, namely the Indian Act. It's awful. It's horrible. That is not what we owe to British Columbians for our future. We've got to become part of the solution in terms of energy, in terms of our resources. Not just for the sake of British Columbians, but for the sake of the world. Who wants our energy? Who wants our resources? If we don't do that, there's a dark future ahead for British Columbians, and there's a darker future for countries around the world, like those countries in Europe and Germany, India, China. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my place and I'll listen to the rest of this debate today. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to respond to the budget, which I'm very happy to support, wearing two hats. First, I'll speak a bit about how this budget impacts the technology sector writ large, and second, how this budget will impact folks in my riding of Vancouver Falls Creek. But before I do that, I'd like to just take a moment to respond to the member from Caribou, Chilcotin, who asked for an explanation on the PST loophole closure on secondhand cars. And while he was speaking, I was shaking my head. And the reason I was shaking my head is that the member framed this issue as us introducing a new tax. And that is, frankly, simply false. So I love talking about cars or anything to do with cars. This is my wheelhouse. I grew up with a collector of old cars. I work on old cars. I'm completely lousy in the kitchen, but if you need your oil changed, I'm your girl. So I've actually bought and sold quite a lot of secondhand cars, and in fact, quite recently. And I think the member probably knows this, but just in case, how do you determine the value of a used car? Well, market value, right? So market value is what I want to sell it for, what you want to buy it for. The determined amount that we negotiate is market value for that car. And that, in fact, is the amount that PST should be paid on. It seems pretty simple. But in fact, there's a bit of fudging that goes on because people can, right? There's no clear directive or incentive not to skirt around the edges of the rules on this, and lots of people do it. So what happens is, if I'm selling a car for $10,000 and you agree to pay that amount, that would be what, $1,200 owed to the government for PST. But what's to say when we have our transfer papers, you ask me, could I say that I bought it for $5,000? I'll still give you the $10,000, but could I say that I bought it for $5,000 and then I only have to pay $600 PST? And people do this, right? Folks selling cars feel pressured. They want the deal to go through. They're trying to be friendly. And folks buying cars want the deal. And people don't really think about this as tax evasion. You know, I don't think folks doing this sort of recognize that what they're participating in is in fact fraudulent, right? This is tax evasion on a small scale. And it might seem kind of harmless. But when you add up the amount that's not coming into provincial coffers as a result of this behavior, it comes to, we estimate, $15 million. So it's quite real. So this little thing that happens in this transaction, this tax evasion, is what we're referring to as a loophole, because we can close it. We can figure out how to close it. Other provinces have done this. And so rather than the declared value being what's written on the transfer papers, if there is a situation where a car is sold below what the value of that car should be, it needs an explanation. Otherwise, the expected price will be what the PST is charged at. So how do you determine that expected value? What happens currently is often, so coming back to my $10,000 car example that's sold for $5,000, you'd buy the car, the person would get their $10,000, the government would get their $600 instead of $1,200, and the person could go then and have their car evaluated, and it would be valued at $10,000, or maybe higher, maybe slightly lower, but around that price. So what is going to change is there's going to be a book price. And some other provinces have solved this by using, I usually refer to Blue Book, but I understand the appropriate name for Canada is the Canadian Black Book. And that will provide an expectation of, given the variables of this particular vehicle, the age, the condition, the mileage, any modifications, all of that, what one would expect that car to be worth. And if the price is significantly below that, then questions are raised. And in this way, we'll be actually making efforts to ensure that this tax evasion does not continue, and that we're collecting the correct amount. So in no way is this a new tax, right? This is simply a question of closing some behavior, closing a loophole on behavior that we want to curb because it's, frankly, it's tax evasion. So to suggest that this is a new tax is quite a stretch. You know, and I wonder if the other side is suggesting that tax evasion is something that they support. That would surprise me greatly. Perhaps they just misunderstand what it is. Certainly not that we think everyone's a criminal. That's a ridiculous thing to state. This is a small issue, obviously. If we thought everyone a criminal, we wouldn't expect $15 million in the coffers. This is a small issue that needs to be closed. So that's how it works. I was really excited to read the budget. Like many folks, I stayed up very late that night reading over what had been included and what not. And I was very, very, very happy to see the multiple continued supports to our vibrant and diverse tech sector. And I'd like to spend a little bit of time speaking about that now and go through a number of these pieces and underline their importance. Specifically, the budget continues our commitment to grow the clean tech economy. And this is really, really important. British Columbia, there's a number of areas in our tech sector where we're right at the precipice of being world leaders. You know, we have the capacity to really continue to feed these sectors and see us become even more important in how we compete with other parts of the world. And the clean tech sector is definitely one of those. Funding for clean industry and innovation is definitely in this budget, including enhancing the Clean BC program of industry. We see increased equity tax credit as well to access the venture capital for clean tech investments for small business. So I know some folks might not be that familiar with some of these programs, so I'll spell them out a little bit. The venture capital tax incentive program is an incentive to encourage investors to make early stage equity investments in tech companies. And that helps BC small businesses develop and grow. So this is an important incentive. Early money is the hardest money to get, right? When you're building your company and growing it, risk is highest early on. And investors don't want early risk generally, right? The investors are looking at that risk-reward ratio. Early money that has more risk tends to be more expensive. This is very, very challenging, and yet so necessary in order to grow your company. So the government has had this program available for quite a long time, but what's different in this budget is that we're including a bit of a bump up, $2.5 million, specifically for the clean tech sector. Individuals receive a credit of up to 30% of their investment and may claim up to $120,000 per tax year. This is a temporary tax credit that will go from 2022 to 2024, and that 2.5 million sort of bumps up from 37.5, so allows additional investments in that particular sector, which we highlight in this budget. We're also really focused on the skills gap issue by investing in micro-credentials and work-integrated learning opportunities. So I just want to pause here a little bit and talk about why that's important. So in technology, there's often very unique and specific roles within particular software development, for example. You might train as a computer scientist, but there are so many variations of what that can mean. And for a particular company that you join, there might be a skill set that you have some training in, but not are fully immersed in. And to have an opportunity to do work-integrated learning really helps folks develop their skills, and it also helps the company. It's absolutely a win-win. When I recently had the opportunity to meet with many, many people, both employers and employees, consulting on the Innovator Skills Initiative, we heard again and again and again the importance of work-integrated learning, how effective it is. Both sides of the equation really, really value this opportunity. It's a great way for young people particularly to get some fantastic experience, and it's a wonderful way for businesses to have a chance to get to know young talent and to continue bringing them into their organization and perhaps lead to long-term careers within that organization. Micro-credentialing is also really important because, you know, it used to be, I'll give you an example from animation, it used to be that someone would go in and do a 2-year animation program, say for example at Capilano College, and after that 2 years they would then go out and look for work. But that sector has grown so quickly in British Columbia, and we in fact are one of the leaders in the world, that animation houses are wanting to hire people more quickly. And we saw that sometimes students were leaving after 1 year in a program, and that's not really that beneficial to the student who doesn't then complete. It's not necessarily beneficial to the university who loses a student partway through the program, and it's not necessarily beneficial to the organization that's hiring the student because they're partially trained. And an interesting solution for that challenge is to get very, very specific on the micro-credentialing that might solve for that issue. Rather than a very broad training with some specific training, go specific. And so we see organizations, we see companies that are actually providing micro-credentialing within their own organization in order to ensure that they're getting the skills that they need. And they're saying to us, you know, wouldn't it be great if we could, in fact, train people up more quickly so that they can enter business and become a really important part of our team without necessarily having those longer term training programs. And it's also great for students because it's not nearly as expensive and they get to immediately start work. So there's a lot of benefit to micro-credentials. And there's interest in doing things like stacking micro-credentials. So for example, you know, coming back to the animation example, digital artists and animators could do one aspect of training, go into the workforce, come back out, do additional training, grow their career, go back into the workforce, and so on. And that's just one example, but you see this true across the tech sector, a lot of interest in work-integrated learning. And so the world-class $163 million Trades and Technology Centre that we're committed to building at BCIT that we see in this budget is actually a tremendous offering to the tech sector. And it's focused on trades as well, of course, but smaller training will be available there for the tech sector as well, and there's a lot of excitement around that. And of course, this is important because as we hear from many industries, and I refer to the tech sector as an industry even though it's not really, it's across all industries, but what we hear from that sector is the biggest challenge to growth and the biggest challenge to the future is talent. And we hear that everywhere we go in many, many sectors, perhaps even more so in the tech sector because of the competitive nature of it worldwide. So again, coming back to that BCIT building is just really well received. And I'm going to share with you a quote from the League of Canadian Innovators, which is a national organization, and Tessa Seeger here in British Columbia says, upon reading the budget, access to talent is the #1 barrier to growth facing Canadian scale-ups. Today's plan to modernize skill training and future-ready our workforce lays the groundwork to overcome that barrier, while also recognizing that building a sustainable labor force requires action on childcare, affordable housing, and climate resiliency. So I just want to pause here for a moment because this is something I'm hearing a lot when I meet with tech companies, and you know, it's for me, having been in the sector for 2 decades, this is a sea change. You know, it used to be that if you mentioned childcare, you were thought to be, you know, sort of left of Castro, and that's not the case now. I meet with CEOs who are very results-driven, and they recognize that an important part of their success is childcare, that an important part of their success is housing. And so when we ask the question of tech leaders, we say, what are the barriers that you're hearing about? What are the barriers that matter to you? What are you hoping for government? They lead with childcare and housing. And I find that amazing and encouraging, and really speaks to I think the reality that all of us really have come to realize as a result of the pandemic, if not before, that childcare is not a social issue. Childcare is an economic issue, as is housing. We're also investing to ensure folks are not left behind. 280 additional First Nations and rural and remote communities. 92% of First Nations communities in BC will have high-speed internet. And this is just, you can't underestimate the importance of this. Connectivity needs to be available for everyone. So it's very exciting to see the important work happening there. There's also $90 million for the expansion of the engineering and computer science building and construction of a new engineering lab building at UVic, supporting 500 additional tech seats. We have extended the SR&ED tax credit for 5 years to August 31st, 2027. And for folks who aren't from the tech sector, what is the SR&ED tax credit and why are we investing in it and why does it matter? It matters quite a lot. In fact, this is an investment tax credit, an ITC, that's part of the Scientific Research and Experimental Development Program. It's a federal program that's topped up by provincial dollars. And what's really important about this program is that it actually drives innovation and experimentation. And that is so important. When you're running a business, it's risky to do things differently. It's risky to try new things. And to have a government that will encourage that risk and help fund that risk and provide a return on your investment in that risk is absolutely integral. So the basic amount is 15% federally, or if you're in the enhanced program, it's 35%. BC adds a 10% top up to a maximum of $3 million. So I was really pleased to see that that was also in the budget. The budget also included the first project of its kind in the world, the conversion of one block of the University of British Columbia Point Grey campus into an integrated energy system, the Clean, Connected, and Safe Transportation Test Bed. The test bed is a city-scale living laboratory, and it'll emulate critical links between energy, transportation, information, and communications technology, and urban design that'll be used to test how interactions between vehicles, infrastructure, and pedestrians can be optimized to improve energy efficiency and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The budget provides $4.6 million in BC knowledge development funding for the testbed. Also, to foster innovation, there's $200 million provided to R&D in the life sciences sector. And I spoke earlier about particular areas in British Columbia's tech scene that really have potential to be world-class, and without question, life science sector is one of these, if not already world-class. It's such an important part of what's happening in the sector in British Columbia. Build on success of extraordinary companies like StemCell and Accelera and many, many others. This is a sector that has 11,000 active companies in British Columbia and employs more than 20,000 people, $5.4 billion in annual revenue. And we actually have the fastest life sciences sector in Canada. So I'm sure folks are really happy to see that continued support at such a high level. So those are just some of the highlights that I wanted to bring forward in regards to from a tech lens on this particular budget. I'd now like to transition and highlight a couple of things that are particularly relevant to my riding of Vancouver False Creek. And first I want to start with childcare. There's $193 million in childcare spaces, over 5,024 new spots. And childcare, like so many places across our beautiful province, is just so important to my riding, which is full of growing families. And unlike when the BC Liberal government was in power and destroyed the sector of early childhood development, our government has invested nearly $15 million in ECE support just in my riding. Not to mention the tens of millions of dollars invested across British Columbia. From the cost saving of growing families to new licensed daycare spaces to early childhood educators receiving wage increases, there's light on the horizon to reestablish a thriving early childhood education industry. However, we're not out of the woods yet. Due to COVID-19 and rising inflation, parents have talked to me about the rising costs of food, making it difficult for families to thrive. Families in my riding have saved through fee reductions and benefits an estimated more than $6 million. Total new licensed spaces funded through Childcare BC, 7 in this budget. Total early childhood educators, ECEs, getting a raise through their wage enhancement, $525,000 going to 31 ECEs. So that's just highlighting Vancouver False Creek, but looking at province-wide, we've invested in a historic $2 billion in childcare in our first 3 years of the Childcare BC plan. With budget 2021, we're investing an additional $233 million over 3 years that will help families throughout our province, bringing the total investment of childcare to $2.3 billion. And remember, this is really about the economy, right? It's the right thing to do for families, but it's also a massive contribution to the economic growth that our province is continuing to enjoy. The total amount that parents have saved through 3 reductions, $688 million. The total number of bursaries for students pursuing a career in childcare, over 16 million for over 8,000 bursaries. And since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, we've invested more than $320 million to support 4,500 childcare centers. I want to talk a little bit about some of the work that's going on in the education file in my riding, specifically the Henry Hudson Elementary in the Vancouver School District. It's being replaced under the ministry's seismic mitigation program and will provide a 390 student capacity replacement school, which is scheduled to complete in 2024. That replacement school will include low carbon design features, neighborhood learning center space for before and after school care, and a preschool, as well as a facility for childcare services funded by the City of Vancouver. So I just want to pause here for a moment because this budget, you see that we are moving childcare into education, and boy, is that good for families. I know my children are grown and adults now, but what a difference that would have made to my life when I was racing between daycare and schools. For myself, my kids were at different schools. One was in French immersion, 2 weren't. I had one in childcare. It was just constantly a race and a pressure, and the stress that parents live under with those types of circumstances are enormous. I want to tell you about a parent that I met with a few weeks ago in my riding named Crystal. She has 2 children who, one is at preschool and one is at elementary school, and unfortunately that's quite a ways away from each other, and she has to travel by bus to get them there. And where she goes to take the bus, there's a bunch of folks who smoke, and she has a child who has severe asthma. So she's been trying to ride her bike to do all of this transport back and forth. And she literally spends 2 hours of her day every day doing this while trying to hold down a full-time job as a single mom. It's simply too much for folks. It really is. Now, the experience that she'll have when the preschool is located where her elementary school is a completely different experience than what she's having right now. So, you know, it might not seem like a massive change, but I think this is a seismic shift for parents, and it's going to make a tremendous difference to their well-being. I want to speak a little bit about another issue of paramount importance in Vancouver False Creek, which is strengthening health and mental health services. So there's a lot in this budget on this, and I'll just highlight a few particular areas. We're advancing the primary care strategy by adding new urgent and primary care centers and working in partnership with the First Nations Health Authority to continue creating up to 15 First Nations primary care centers throughout our province. We're continuing a strategy to reduce wait lists for surgeries and diagnostic imaging with $303 million in new base funding over the next 3 years. We're reducing emergency call wait and response times by adding more paramedics and dispatchers with $148 million over the fiscal plan for the BC Emergency Health Service Action Plan. This is so important. All of us agree, doesn't matter which side of the house you're on, all of us agree that when you call 911, you deserve to have fast response, and this is a commitment to that. Improving wages, working conditions, job security, and stability for thousands of support service workers, the majority of whom are racialized women, while improving outcomes for patients by bringing these workers back to the public sector after 20 years of contracting this work through private companies. And we're continuing to support actions of the Pathway to Hope to expand mental health and addictions care, supporting with significant Budget 2021 investments that bring increased annual expenditures since 2017 to over $375 million annually. Budget 2022 also invests an additional $875 million for the 2022-2023 from pandemic recovery contingencies, for ongoing COVID-19 and influenza vaccination programs, PPE for healthcare workers, enhanced measures to limit the risk of COVID-19 for vulnerable residents in long-term care and living assisted facilities, increasing mental health supports for Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, and funding for the BC Centre for Disease Control. Another issue that is really relevant in the riding that I represent to Vancouver False Creek is the issue of homelessness. There's been a lot of talk about housing in the last week in this House, and I'm not going to repeat my comments on housing, but I will speak a little bit about homelessness. People will benefit from a new cross-government approach to both prevent homelessness and quickly respond to assist people experiencing homelessness to become stably housed. Budget 2022 invests $633 million over the fiscal plan to expand services and shift the approach to homelessness in the province from reactive to proactive. And how are we going to do this? Providing $35 million over the next 3 years to respond to the heightened risk of homelessness faced by former youth in care through improved supports for these youth beyond their 19th birthday. I just want to stop for a moment there and share some personal thoughts. I got to live with a group of young people who were in foster care. And I was fortunate enough to be from a stable middle-class family and didn't have the experience of being a foster child. But the local stable that I worked at when I was a girl in Nanaimo was actually a foster home. And because of my love for horses, and my parents didn't share that love, I spent my summers there and my weekends there, and I came to have many foster sisters who I still love to this day and consider part of my family. And boy, oh boy, the support that you get, it ending on your 19th birthday is just such it's a kick in the teeth. It's not how families act. It's certainly not how my 3 children have been treated, and it's not how we treat children in our families that aren't foster children. I don't think that 19 is adulthood anymore, it strikes me. And the supports that we provide to people, I know for myself, my children, really experience support probably up to the age of 24 or 25. And it's so, I find it personally heartwarming thinking about the people that I love who grew up in foster care, to know that that's changing and that they'll have support until the age of 27. And this is, when we have people in care, we are their guardians, and this is, without question, simply the right thing to do. I also just want to mention that we're beginning to transition services for family with supports need. There's been a lot of discussion in our province in regards to this transition, and Budget 2022 starts that process. And it's about creating inclusive services for children and youth with support needs, with an investment of $172 million over 3 years. This includes establishing family connection centres throughout the province, and of this amount, Budget 2022 invests $114 million to begin the transition to a needs-based system, as has been recommended, with early implementation to begin in 2 regions. Findings from these 2 pilots will inform the development and implementation of the province-wide system to be in place by 2025. And I'll just close by mentioning quickly that there is also support for inclusion and anti-racism work. We're working in partnership with communities around the province to draft anti-racism data legislation, which will be introduced in spring 2022. This legislation will help government provide better and more equitable services by enabling the consistent collection, use, and disclosure of demographic data and help identify gaps in services to Indigenous and racialized communities. Now, I could speak for much longer. There's a lot in this budget, but noting my time, I will stop there and thank the Minister of Finance for this excellent document. I'm delighted to speak in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Noting the hour, member, move the adjournment of debate.
Noting the hour, I move adjournment of the debate.
Member, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move adjournment of the House.
Member, you heard the motion again. All in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.